time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging and working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it, because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame.
I to say. Oh, damn. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I was just telling Manu how he should just go live 10 minutes before we actually do, and I can't believe he just did that.
You have to be careful what you wish for, Tania. Especially with a producer like.
All right, I'm going to catch my breath. And well, hello to everybody who's joining us for day 3 of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. The trolling just doesn't stop here. And I'm just glad I didn't say did I say anything that I shouldn't have?
We'll never know. Oh, at least not until the end of the not until the end of the stream today.
Suddenly I feel, Sri, that we are streaming on our channel and not on Chess24. Let's just come back to the chess chat. I'm really sorry about what just happened. But a big welcome to everybody. A big day of chess ahead of us, Sri. I'm so excited because we've crossed the halfway mark of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. It's a really big event for the Indian chess community, especially the youngsters, because it's really their one big shot at qualifying for the Champions Chess Tour. We've seen Arjun do it, we've seen Prag do it, and we've seen the kind of effect it has on their chess, how motivated they get when they're playing the big guys, and that's what all these 15 grandmasters are hoping for with this event. Sri, should we take a look at the standings going into day 3? And there we have it. Take us through.
Yes, we have the standings, Tania, and Arjun was the favorite at the beginning of the tournament, but at the lead at the end of the halfway is another very, very, very promising and talented junior, Raunak Sadhwani. And he has been a bit of he hasn't had as big a rating leap as the other juniors this year. But these things always get caught up, with over a period of time. And Raunak has been on fire here. He's leading with 17 points, along with another junior who has also not had the best of his times in classical chess this year. But he's He's also on fire with 15 points, and both of them have not lost a single game so far, Raunak and Nihal. And justifiably so, they are at the top two at the halfway here. Abhimanyu has set the board on fire, but it has gone. It has been a bit double-edged. He has won more often than not. He has won twice the amount of games he has lost. But those two losses, that puts him on the third place with 14 points. And Arjun, he didn't have a single win at the end of first day, but he's back. He's back with 4 wins in a row. And also Abhimanyu has played one game more than Raunak, Nihal and Arjun. Raunak, Nihal and Arjun, they have played only 7 games because the game against Gukesh is not counted. But Abhimanyu hasn't yet had that pairing. So he has a bye coming up. He has had 1 game more. And Arvind also having played only 7 games. And he has scored 4 wins. It could have been 5 wins if Gukesh had continued the tournament, but unfortunately he had to withdraw. And now we have the top 5. I think these guys have been setting the tournament on fire, and it shows in the standings.
I would add the top 7 really. As we saw on the leaderboard, the top 7 up to 13 points. The fight is really on. The others need to rake up big points. They need to start winning games to be able to climb the leaderboard. But the top 7, as we saw, super tight fight at the very top. You mentioned about Abhimanyu. I've been loving his chess, really entertaining, really enjoying the kind of games he's been playing. And yes, it's a double-edged sword because that's where he's scoring the big wins, but that's the kind of chess that also gives his opponent chances. Last evening on our pre-show, we had some predictions, and I have to say that I'm sticking to what I said. I'm super excited to see Abhimanyu back on the board today. With every win, the players get 3 points. So once again, anything can happen, but this is a key day. I think players who are not able to bring their A game today, who are not able to bring out their form today, I don't see them making it to the top tomorrow. It all comes down to how they set up the final day. Arjun, super impressive, jumping from being on 13th place after day 1 up to join 3rd after winning 4 games back to back, showing absolute class. Like you mentioned, the Arjun we all love to see. And speaking of Arjun, I think our game of this round has to be between Nihal and Arjun facing each other, the 2 most exciting youngsters of Indian chess.
Absolutely, Tania. I think this is going to be a very, very exciting game. Arjun with the white pieces, Nihal with the black pieces, and they are such good friends. And they're so even. They're so close in terms of their strength. And they have had some very exciting battles in the last 2 years. In one of the battles, in one of the matches, Nihal came out on top at the end of 2020. And in 2021, Arjun struck back with a 2.5, 1.5 win, which was kind of the beginning of his amazing run throughout the previous year and this year as well. That was his first tournament victory post-pandemic, the Indian Chess Tour, the qualification for the Champion Chess Tour. And then he had this epic quarterfinal match with Aronian. And that started a kind of rivalry against Aronian. They played each other in the Champion Chess Tour. They played each other in the Tara Steel Blitz and Rapid. And now it's very hard to pick a favorite between Arjun and Nihal. But I think we should have a kind of poll for this game, Arjun and Nihal. And let the chat pick the favorite.
I couldn't agree more with you on that. I think picking one out of these 2 would just put us in a big spot, and super hard to pick a favorite for this match. We let chat do all the tough tasks here. So I'm going to ask the mods to just run a poll on who they think is going to take this one away, because I think it's not just, of course, super good friends, quite an epic rivalry there as well. But more than anything right now, it is the championship spot at stake. For these 2, they know that if they win this game, they're on course, on path to really fight for that top spot. So let's do a quick poll on our YouTube, on our Chess24 channels, and see what chat has to say about this very big matchup coming our way. Let me also pull up chat and say hello to everyone. And why did Gukesh withdraw? Well, we all know what happened yesterday. We were mentioning about this, that once again, Gukesh was one of the top 16 grandmasters, of course, participating in this event. We all miss him, but he was not able to establish a good internet connection. He wasn't playing from home, and all the disconnects caused him to withdraw from the event as he was, just unable to play a game. We've got the poll running, Sri. I see you've done it, and we've got the players on our screens as well. What can you tell from their body language? Has Nihal just woken up?
It certainly seems to, isn't it, Tania? It certainly seems like it's just woken up, but Arjun doesn't look like that. Arjun seems a lot more fresher. And the room that Nihal is in right now, I've been practicing chess with him for, I think, at least 1,000 hours in that very room. There's a bookshelf behind him and the screen. And yeah, that's the history of the place that he's playing from.
Oh, wow. So that's his home right now? Arjun?
Yep.
His study room?
It's Nihal and Arjun's home, both of them, in their respective homes.
That's their training room as well, as you mentioned for Arjun?
No, it's for Nihal. It's Nihal's training room as well.
But I can see this big bookshelf behind Arjun as well. With are those all chess books, or just to give out the serious look vibe?
I highly doubt. I think it's more likely that it's medicine textbooks rather than chess books, because I don't really imagine Arjun reading a lot of books. Both their parents are doctors, though, so that's another coincidence between them. Another thing in common. So I imagine both of them have more medical textbooks than chess books at their place.
Chat is saying both look extremely sleepy right now. Well, I'm sure the kind of chess you're going to see is going to wake all of us up. Arjun with a slight smile there we saw. I think for him also, playing his good friend Nihal, he knows the importance of this match. He knows the interest in this matchup. So definitely a very exciting moment
what a
here.
big yawn
and a
there
big
from
yawn.
Nihal.
I feel Sri, them appearing to be sleepy is subtle trash talk.
It looked like a yawn, but maybe it was a roar. We'll see.
You know what? That actually is a really good point. I think we need sound on. I think we don't just need the cameras on the players, but it would be so cool if we can have the sound as well.
And Nihal, so shy from the camera, now is covering his face. I think they're just waiting for the game to begin, Tania. And so is the chat. We are so eager for the game to begin. And what do you think will Arjun's first move be? Do you think he's going to start with d4 or some other move?
Very interesting. Well, we've seen Arjun really employ the London, right? It looks like it's his favorite, whether he goes for the Jabava London, keeping his knight on c3. Let's just show what that could be potentially with d4, knight f6, knight c3, threatening e4. So black stops it with d5. By the way, d4 on the board and bishop f4. It could very well be this, or it could be the conventional London setup, where Arjun doesn't go for knight c3, and that's where we're headed. I think we're going to see a London, and we don't.
It's a mainline, Tania. It's a mainline. We are going to see a mainstream. Now is it going to be knight? Yeah, it's knight c3. Knight c3 and head 6. And I can understand why Arjun went for this particular thing, Tania. Nihal himself loves playing these offbeat setups. And whenever Nihal has had... whenever he's been in trouble and he needs a go-to opening, he's gone for the London system, much like Magnus. So Arjun prefers against Nihal to go for something more mainstream, a mainline where he thinks he has better chances, where he thinks he has studied it deeper. I think this is the side behind Arjun's choice. And therefore, he goes for the mainest of mainlines with knight c3. And Nihal going for this 4h6 system. Again, something popularized by Magnus and not your mainstream variation. There are like 8-10 moves after 4 knight c3. And h6 is like probably the 8th most popular move or the 9th more popular move. It's the least popular move in that position. But it allows you to get a game without getting entangled in too much theory. And I think that's what... happened, and Nihal, I think, has got a pretty acceptable position. The pawn structure is classic. It's the Carlsbad pawn structure, what you get out of Queen's Gambit declined. And the light square bishops have been traded. And this move h6 is quite useful even in this structure. So it's not a waste of tempo by any means. And it has taken the game into a very traditional and classical waters without really compromising Black's objective chances.
Wow, and both players really blitzing out their moves. That shows that they were totally prepared for this line, expecting it from each other. Rook E1. Now, there are two ideas and two plans that White has usually in these structures. One is to go for a minority attack where you can start advancing the B pawn, go B4, B5, and really break Black's pawn structure. The other break that White can often aim for is to try and get the E4 break in. And with Rook E1, White might be hinting towards a correctly timed E4. The other thing that White can often do is actually advance the F pawn to F4. And that way, you really got the E5 square. You're looking at potential kingside pawn rolls. But with the move Rook E1, I think Arjun makes his intentions clear that he's not eyeing the minority attack on the queen side. He's going to be focusing with his play on the center, and A5 here played because Black, of course, has got more pawns on the queen side. So Black is looking at going A4 next, trying to create more weaknesses on the queen side. And that's how I see this game progressing. I have one question for you, Sri. You're close to both Nihal and Arjun, and you asked us to predict the opening. Did you actually have a chat about this with either of them of what the opening approach should be for today's match?
Today I actually didn't, Tanya, and since I'm so close with both of them, in such situations I prefer to stay completely away from either of the players. You know, it's just between them. So I didn't have any particular chat today, and it's also sometimes so easy to give out information without intending to. So I just did a bit of prophylaxis there.
Yeah, well, as we say, conflict of interest. Luke Skywalker saying conflict of students here. I completely agree with your approach. I think when you're extremely close to players and you are their mentor and their coach, and if they're facing each other, it's probably best to just stay out of that situation and let them handle it over the board. So knight d7 played, the bishop retreats to g3. Now, Sri, I think this is going to be our main game, our main focus, but we see there's a lot of time and it's still heating up. While we have time to look at the other games, let's do that. Let's get a quick update on the big openings that we see all around. And let's start with the tournament leader, Raunak Sadhwani. How is he doing right now?
Raunak had a super interesting opening, Tanya. Arvind started out with knight f3. Not really giving away what setup he wants to go into, keeping things flexible, d5, c4, d4, and now b4. This is a very interesting point. And here Black has some very exciting possibilities. For example, g5 is one of those moves which is super exciting. You go g5, and if White takes the pawn, then you go e5, and you get this quick and nice counterplay. The other move here is f6, which takes control of the center, and the third move is c5. c5 is also very solid, one of the more solid systems. This is basically reverse Benoni. Black gets good center. White has kind of given up the center, but he's trying to attack it from c5, and he will attack d4 from e3. So he goes for e3, knight f6, takes a good version of Benoni, since White has one move more. And after bishop b2, Raunak quickly playing e5, but knight into e5, bishop d6, and this is the complex position we have right now. Raunak has spent at least 2 minutes to get here, and I think that in itself is a bit of a success for Arvind, because Raunak is usually super well prepared, and he's usually the more prepared opponent in most of his games. So I think that's a bit of a success from Arvind's perspective. And this is also a big matchup, because if Arvind manages to win this, he goes just 1 point away from Raunak, and he totally disturbs the leaderboard.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. I think for our standings, and not just that, the way these two players have been playing as well, Raunak and Arvind, both on fire in this tournament. Another very big matchup to watch out for. Now, bishop d6, current position, attacks the knight. The two moves that come to mind is that you retreat with the knight to either d3 or f3. And that's what Arvind is thinking about. Both have their pros and cons. If you go knight d3, you are defending the b4 pawn. But here, this probably could potentially allow a move like bishop f5, hitting that knight on d3. And once again, Black continues the harmony in the development. The b4 pawn is under fire. So I'm not really sure how attractive this move is because of bishop f5. On the other hand, you can go knight f3. You come back knight f3, you give up the b4 pawn, but you take White's central d4 pawn. A potential line could be something like bishop takes b4, taking on d4 here. And I am more inclined towards this position and this trade than the move knight d3, but both equally tempting options.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Both these options are possible, knight f3, knight d3. And I think knight f3 is definitely the more safer option for white, because you do want to get your pieces out, you do want to develop, and knight on d3 kind of stands in the way of everything.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because sometimes you even might want to get your bishop on d3. So Arvind really taking his time here, because his next knight move will determine how he places his pieces for the rest of the game. So it explains a lot why he's thinking, why he's taking his time. I don't believe that there are other options. You don't want to go bishop takes d4, allowing a pin on the e file. That's definitely not something you want. Well, there could be other options. You could perhaps take on e5 first, go queen e7. But I don't believe he wants to take on d4 just yet.
True, I think knight f3 kind of suggests itself. It's probably the safest option. And yeah, bishop into d4 does run into a lot of attractive options for black, and knight d3 also does come in the way of white's development. But also Arvind taking a long time, probably trying to calculate what he wants after knight into d4. I think this is the critical position, and here maybe he's calculating further, going deeper, short castle, bishop e2, knight c6, and how white stands at the end of this variation.
Right.
And if he finds this okay, then he's going to go for this. Otherwise, he has to look for other options.
Yeah. He's definitely going deeper, but the one position we need to go deeper in, unbelievable stuff on the Vantika Abhijit board. You are going to love it, Sri. Let's jump over to the action here, because Abhijit has an extra piece. Let's just count the pieces on the board before we understand what's going on. Black has got an extra piece. White has got 2 pawns for a piece right now. Black's king, relatively unsafe. A wild position. We see our eval bar, well, not completely understanding what's going on either. Black has just pinned along the e file. Sri, what do you say? Do we take this from the top to understand how this chaos happened?
Sure, Tanya. It started with 1d4. No prizes for guessing what Vantika's first move or her openings are. 1d4, knight f6, c4, g6. Abhijit going for the aggressive King's Indian defense, trying to get in as many points as he can. He's actually at the bottom spot right now, 1 point behind Vantika. So he wants to try and get in as many points as he can rake in. Starts with the King's Indian, e4, d6. And here Vantika goes for the hour back system, bishop e2 and bishop g5. This way of developing, it doesn't commit the knight to f3. And it allows options for white to go something like f4 or the typical g4. It keeps the options flexible and closes the center, so black doesn't get this typical f5, e5 closure of center and the f5 pawn storms on the king side. And black has to break on d5 in this type of pawn structure. He does so, queen d2, takes king h7, and here Vantika goes for this modern move, which we have been seeing ever since AlphaZero came in picture. The one move which is omnipresent in all opening positions, it's h4. She starts with h4. She tries to go directly for black's king without even developing her knight on g1, and continues with h5. And now with knight f3, she just goes for it. She just takes the pawn on g5. Knight into g5, h into g5, bishop into g5. And this gives shape to the position we have on our live board right now. Abhijit inserts bishop into c3 before playing the pawn to f6, because he wants to trade his bishop and also not let it be blocked after f6. So he goes for bishop into c3, b into c3, f6. And now after bishop f4, queen e7, trying to bring his queen into the game. Vantika just goes king f1, a very natural move. It takes the king out of the pin and also allows options like rook e1, frees the bishop and tries to get it into the game. And this is the present position that we have right now. I like Vantika's position a bit more here, Tanya, because the G and H files are opened. The pieces which are present in the board, although she has one piece less, the pieces which are present in the board, they are out and active. And I think that is a big difference between both the sides here.
I think it's a very fascinating position, but for me personally here, I think I would pick sides based on the time format. I feel in these kind of positions, white needs to be very precise and play with a lot of energy. And precision And also concrete play is required. You can't waste moves. You can't just play normal developing moves here because you've sacrificed the piece. So I see our eval bar says that white is fine, but very often there might be one move or two moves which keeps the balance in the position, and white needs to be the one to find those moves. Now, when you're playing a classical game and you've got more time on the clock, I think you have more chances of being able to play that concrete chess. But here, this gamble might prove to be too much, and I think it would be super impressive if Vantika is really able to show the compensation for the piece sacrificed here. You mentioned bishop d3 as a threat, which makes the natural moves like bishop f5, taking control of that diagonal, or even falling back with the knight to e5. By the way, the e5 square I absolutely love for the knight, but then I just feel that maybe when you provoke it to go to e5, I might come there. I think it's a dangerous position for white simply because white needs to be more precise than black. If black finishes development, it's game over.
Interesting, Tania. I think we kind of differ here, but it will be exciting to see. And Abhijit chose to go for something quite radical. He just traded with queen into e2 check, queen into e2, rook into e2, and goes for the end game. This changes
I'm shocked.
things.
I'm completely shocked with this decision.
This changes things by, I think, quite a big margin. I quite like white here because the plan of action is so simple. You want to create a pass pawn on the G and H files. So you just want to get this pawn to G5, and that pawn has to be supported by a pawn on F4. So you get into a situation where you have these G and H pawns, the connected pass pawns. And with these pieces, look at how Abhijit's pieces are right now. They're totally out of the game. They're totally out of the game. They are not even developed yet. And the king is lonely here on h7 against so many of white's pieces. So it's also a question of time how quickly white can achieve her aim. She takes bishop into e5. She takes the only developed piece in Abhijit's camp. A bit of I think a bit of a controversial decision because I would have liked to keep this bishop on f4. I would have liked to retain the dark square bishop. It would have helped in the advance of the passed pawns. Now there is a possibility that the king might be able to blockade these two pawns in a certain situation, and the rooks will not be able to help these pawns, and you won't have that bishop or a minor piece to move that forward. So it's a very committal decision taken very quickly. But also, I guess Vantika knows what she's doing, so I would also trust her at some level.
Yeah, no, I'm utterly shocked by Abhijit deciding to so quickly give back material and go into this endgame. But once again, of course, we know that he's super strong in these endgame positions, and he probably knows what he's doing, and he has a clear idea, right? C4, C3 are targets. You try and get to them. B6, bishop A6 ideas are there. Knight D7, knight B6, hitting that pawn on C4. We'll see how this very interesting endgame develops. But let's head back. Let's head back to our main game of Arjun versus Nihal, because lots of developments there, and let's take it from where we left.
We left it sometime around here, Tania, bishop g3, knight f8. As we mentioned, the Carlsbad pawn structure. In fact, Nihal played a5 here, a3, knight d7. And I think by this point already the position had become pretty diluted in terms of white's fight for an advantage. I think black has achieved quite a lot here. He managed to stop white's minority attack. He has traded two minor pieces, which is usually an excellent thing when you're trying to equalize with the black pieces. And white's attack in the center was totally not taking off. Arjun moved back the bishop. He had to protect it. Knight to f8 by Nihal. Understandable maneuver. f3 with the idea of e4. The typical plan in the Carlsbad structure, as you were mentioning, white wants to try and get f3 and e4. And one of the points of getting this knight to f8 was not to go to g6, but to e6 to cover this d4 pawn, so that if white plays e4, black can just take d into e4, and this d4 pawn is falling. So Arjun had to prepare it with bishop f2, but Nihal was not just going to let him do it. And he started with bishop h4, trying to offer trade for of the dark square bishops. Arjun stopped it with g3, but Nihal was happy to provoke it. And now he goes back bishop f6, once again preventing white from playing e4. So here we see a a typical strategic play between two very strong grandmasters. There's one strategic objective, trying to play the pawn to e4, trying to get more control of the center, and both the sides are concentrating their forces completely towards it. One towards achieving it, other towards preventing it. And by this point, it became clear that Arjun couldn't make further progress with his current piece configuration. So he starts to make some general improving moves on the other side, improves his king, defends the king side pawns around him, queen to d7 and h4, a prophylactic move in case some knight g5 hits, and also a generally useful move. You just gain space with these kind of moves. With space, you have more control of the position, and with control, you always have more possibilities. So h4, rook e7, and now he starts to regroup his pieces completely. He starts fortifying his d4 point with rook d1. Nihal, rook d8, preventing e4 once again. Rook d2, more fortification. Queen to c7, and now queen f5. Rook e8. Nihal is just moving pieces back and forth because his position is optimally improved, and now he starts regrouping himself. He's well prepared against any e4 attempt by Arjun. Rook f d1, queen e7, and here already I don't think e4 was working that great for Arjun in this position. Already the objectives had shifted quite a bit in this position, and Nihal can just ignore it and just go with g6, bishop g7 and keep the position in his control. So Arjun chooses to go towards a minority attack, the second possible plan here. Rook b1, g6, the queen dropping back, h5. Nihal has got an improvement that he wanted on the king side. Pawns moving, getting more control. The g7 square for the bishop. And the typical way to react against b4, b5 minority attack is to be able to mate it with c5. And Nihal managed exactly that, b5, c5. And so far, I think he's shown a textbook example of how to play in the Carlsbad structure with the black pieces.
Yeah, that's actually really, I think, perfectly summarized the entire sequence of moves that we saw. When Arjun was threatening to go e4, Nihal made sure that wasn't successful. When Arjun decided to shift plans to go b5, Nihal made sure that he's able to meet it with a very thematic c5 break in the center. Arjun continues to put more pressure, gain more space. He plays the move b6, and now black needs to make a decision what you need to do with the c pawn. Do you take on d4, opening up the c file, or do you go rook c8 first as a preparation before you take on d4? The one move I'm not a fan of is going c4 here and really blocking the position, because this makes white's life very easy. You can go rook b5 targeting d5, and you can also at some point try and get a free e4 break at the right moment. So I would be very surprised if he goes for the c4 approach. I'm expecting a move like rook c8, or to clarify the situation in the center with c takes d4. But fully agree with you. I think Nihal playing really well, and a model game on how to handle these structures. Also time control, the clock situation kept in control. Let's switch back to some of the other games. We'll come back to this. Now, the other player that we've been talking about is Abhimanyu Puranik. And I have my eye out on that position and that game. And one just gets the feeling that Abhimanyu today just did not get the kind of positions he thrives on. He loves to play aggressive. He loves to play attacking chess, dynamic chess, sacrifice that piece, sacrifice those pawns, go g4, h4, or g5, h5. But here he's a bit on the defense. And the current position that we have, if we just back down one move, Sri, white made the move d5. And it's such a nice practical decision, because what it does is it asks black to clarify the situation in the center. If you go d5 and you trade on d5, f7 will be a massive weakness. Imagine e takes d5, bishop d5, knight g6 threat, f7 threat. So black is really not able to take the d5 pawn. I have to say I've been a fan of Abhimanyu's play throughout the tournament, but this position, I really like how Vishak has handled it, and I prefer white here.
Absolutely, well summed up, Tania. But there is one more factor here in this position, and that is that black has the option to bail out. Black has the option to do a mass trade on the e5 square. and go into this type of an endgame position, which would be bad for black if you did take into d5, bishop into d5, because this allows white a position of complete dominance. But here, if black can make a waiting move and get his bishop out into the game, like for example, something like b6, here this position has the potential to become absolutely liquidated and equal, because you can't get this bishop onto d5, and black is just a couple of moves away from completing his development. And these kind of positions, white always has a bit of pressure, but with accuracy, black can dilute it completely to an equal position. So this is the decision that Abhimanyu has to take here, whether he wants to go into something forcing like this or keep things in the middle game. But I think he has better chances in the end game.
No, I completely agree with that, actually, that black needs to bail out, needs to trade off pieces, should not keep the tension on the board, and bishop e5 feels like the way where you're able to do that. Let's get a quick update on the Vantika board. Now, Vantika had a tough day on day 2, but I am loving how she's handled the position currently. Both players going for the ideas that we were mentioning, Sri, earlier. Abhijit putting that knight on b6, targeting the c4 pawn, wants to win that pawn. The bishop will be headed to a2, trying to put more pressure on c4. Meanwhile, Vantika has a pawn roll. I mean, she's got an h5 in, she's got an g5 in, and it looks like if anyone can be better here, it's perhaps Vantika.
Absolutely, Tania. Vantika is certainly exerting pressure on Abhijit, but for her, the challenge will be to how to get these pawns further. It's like this. Okay, let's not get into that analogy I had in my head.
Please, let's get into that analogy. I insist.
Okay, so it's like these pawns on g5 and h5. They're like international masters, but it's not exactly clear how they get further. That was the analogy in my head, and you insisted.
I wish you had just kept it in your head. You know, I really wish you would have just kept it, because you know that meme, Mujhe Kyun Toda?
You're not my initial target, you know. I just stopped the moment I realized I had someone else in my mind.
I'm not sure anymore what you had in mind, but I feel personally attacked after that. Speaking about being attacked, I think this is the right approach that Abhijit's taken. He's attacking the weakness on c4. And the big question is, how does Vantika fight this? She needs to take a decision. To keep the game going, she probably has to just give up that pawn on c4. Because let's say you go king d3 here, defending it. Now just bishop b1 check. Black has the option to drive the king away and then continue back to the attack. So let's say you go king somewhere, and then bishop a2 hitting that pawn. Does Vantika decide that she wants to repeat this position? Option number 1. The second thing that she can do is go rook gg4. And rook gg4 is an alternative. But with this, the one thing that black can do is actually give up the 2 pieces on c4 and then pick up the g5 pawn as well. A sample line as you're showing, Sri, and with this, I think black solves all problems. So, and she's gone king d3. If I had to predict something right now, I think that Abhijit is going to bail out. I don't see how he can improve his positions. There's an option to go rook f8. You can make the move rook f8, targeting the f2 pawn. I still think it's way safer for Abhijit to go bishop b1, bishop a2, and just say, you know what, I didn't get anything out of the opening. You've played very precisely, and let's agree for a draw here.
Makes sense completely. I would do that if I was black, and as white also, it's not so easy to take this decision to give up this pawn and go into something, Tania, because that can absolutely break white's position. It can completely go the other way. But Abhijit goes for rook f8. He goes for it. He tries to find a way to continue the game. And that has been the spirit of the players throughout this tournament. Whenever there has been a situation where they could bail out with a draw or find a game to keep the game going, they have found a way to keep the going. And I think that has been one of the...
dangerous. This is super dangerous. I mean, look at the position. Yes, he's found a way to get for the game to be going, but this G pawn now just rolls down the board. Let's take a look at some lines here. G6, king 8-6. What happens if she goes G7 and continues the march? You have to play rook G8. Let's say you go rook
But then
G6.
what is the question? Yeah, he starts with bishop b1 to take the G6 square under control, and then the next move is going to go rook G8. And then the question is, then what? After rook g8, how do you get this pawn from g7 anymore?
All right, so let's see. Bishop b1. Let's move the king to e2.
Rook
And you
to
go rook
g8.
g8.
And here it's not clear how white makes further progress. And I think this is what Abhijit was counting on. Now, of course, if you had to choose between these two pawns, you want to try and give up the h5 pawn, because one thing is it definitely creates a mating net. I don't think this pawn is possible for black to take in most circumstances. And also the g7 pawn is much more advanced. So rook g4. But the thing is, after this point, there's absolutely no way to get this g7 pawn going any further.
Very interesting. So rook g4 played, and can Abhijit actually take advantage of this bind that he's created? So let's say he goes bishop f5, targeting that rook on g4. You probably go
Yes,
rook g5. It feels like the only move.
And now it feels like black is not really in any danger, Tania, because at the very least, if I just maintain my bishop and go back and forth, it's actually black who's dictating whether he wants to continue the game or to repeat an end game. And for white's options are limited. There's really no way to make any further progress. Once again, it's the
Sorry, Sri,
lack of a minor piece.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're 100% on point that once the pawn is on g7, black has got no problems at all. But take a look at Arvind's pawns against Ronak. d5 and c5. Is black in big trouble right now? Because my first feeling looking at the position is this cannot be good news for black. Look at those c5, d5 pawns. You've got an extra pawn as well. Black has weakened his king. I am loving white's position, and I see the eval bar. It says that black is busted completely.
Impossible to disagree with any of you, Tania. Either you or the evolution bar. And again, I would back Arvind to convert this game seamlessly. He's safe in these types of questions, and he has excellent technique. And there is also a very straightforward way to continue and win this game here. You put the pawn on d6, and then you get this knight to d5. And there are all these squares, accessible squares for the white pieces. The f6 square, you can open up the diagonal with f4. He starts with bishop f1, but at some point or another, these weaknesses are going to come into play, I feel. And it's going to make things impossible for black. Bishop f1 also a very strong move, dislodging this knight on e5. Either the knight has to go back or black has to play f6. If he plays f6, there's more weaknesses. With queen c7, I think white can continue on with maybe something like knight e4, forcing the trade and getting another piece into the game. And it looks like something has to give for black here.
Something's already given for black. He's down a pawn, completely lost control of the position. It's all about Arvind being able to show some precision, some good technique for the next couple of moves. It's basically a dream position for white, right? You've got all the play in the center. You've got beautiful pawns and extra material here. Queen c7, I really like your idea of knight e4, which pretty much forces the trade of pieces. You can't allow that knight to jump onto d6, forking one of the pieces. Knight f6 in the air, supports c5. Bishop e4, rook e4, do you have time to take on c5? I'm not really sure, because let's just show that line. Bishop e4, rook e4, queen c5. Let's say you go queen takes c5 and rook c5 and at least f4 here. And luckily, knight f3 check just runs into gf3 and you support your own rook. So this doesn't work. And you end up losing more material. If Ronak loses this game, like we mentioned earlier, the tournament is wide open.
Absolutely. The tournament is wide open, and assuming a draw in Arjun Nihal game, which looks pretty equal, by the way, I think that would be Raunak, Arjun, Nihal, Arvind, all of them in contention at the end of 8 games each for them at the halfway.
Very interesting stuff. All right, let's just jump back to the Nihal Arjun game. You mentioned that looks like it potentially could head to a draw. Yes, this is the position that we have currently. And what's going on here? One just gets the feeling that now that the queens have been traded off, and if you look at the pieces, you say it's equal, but I'm not convinced, because it feels like white's pawns are going to be a target here. That b6 and d4 weaknesses. Rook c6 is a threat. Rook c4 is a threat. If anybody's trying in this position, it's got to be Nihal.
Totally agree with you, Tania. I think the main factors in this question, d4 and b6 pawn for white, and the d5 and the b7 pawns for black. The d4 and b6 pawn, the d4 pawn and the b6 pawn, both of them under the scanner of black's pieces right now. The minor pieces of black exerting pressure on the d4 point. White is defending it sufficiently for the moment, and in return, white has his eye on black's d5 pawn, which is also a bit of weakness. So I completely agree with you that black is the one exerting pressure. Black is a little bit better, but I don't feel that the advantage is sufficient to get anything tangible. There's a good chance that everything gets liquidated. Black exerts pressure on the d4 point, white counterattacks, and the pawns get traded at the d4, d5, and the b6 and b7. I think that is a likely direction that the game is heading towards.
Very possible, very possible. But I think Nihal is going to take his chances, and with the black pieces, to even have this kind of a position where you're the one who's exerting pressure, you don't just let go of it. So it may turn out to not be enough, but I'm still expecting this to be a bit of a grind, and still expecting Nihal to fight this one out. While this is an endgame and a bit slow, we'll see how it progresses. Meanwhile, Diptyan looks like he is crushing. And how? Wow, that's a queen. That's a queen for a piece and a rook. But it's all about black's passivity and the rook's finding no play at all. And I think that this one, Diptyan's going to take home.
Yes, Ditya is completely winning here, Tania. And talking about that, there's also another cracking development in the Vishak Abhimanyu game, where Vishak has just taken knight into f7 and d into e6. So the game has once again cracked wide open. And once again, it's an Abhimanyu game with the fireworks.
You know what? We were talking about how Abhimanyu needs to bail out at that moment, go for the end game, trade it off because things can get really risky. But of course, Abhimanyu, being Abhimanyu, decided not to do that. He wants to keep all the challenges alive. Let's just see how this happened. Instead of bishop e5, let's go back to that moment when d5 was played and quickly get to this point.
Yes, Tania. Vishak played d5 here, and here we are talking about how it was important to liquidate as black. Abhimanyu, of course, not going for that. He went for g5. He fought fire with fire. And after rook c4, queen d6, h into g5, all forcing moves. Here, white really went for it. He just took knight into f7, sacrificing this piece for the e6 pawn to get his pawn to e6. Rook e7, rook d1, queen b6. And this is the position we have on live board right now. Black is not able to get his pieces on c8 and b8 out, but he's a piece up. So if it goes for too long, then he will have the ascendancy. White, on the other hand, he has this very strong pawn on e6, which keeps his position alive. But we are not seeing any immediate threats going through for white. The d8 point, the entry point, is controlled by the b6 queen. And there are no entry points for the queen as well for the moment. So he has to.
Can you just take on e6? Can you just take on e6 right now?
I felt that this shouldn't be working because of rook e4.
And rook e8?
Rook e8, rook e1. And psychologically, this felt off for. But he goes for it. He goes for it.
He goes for it. There has to be some defense. That
I think you just give this up, Tania. I think you just go for this.
Yeah, maybe. And you've got.
And here there should be a defensive. Yeah, two bishops, and I think two bishops are incredibly strong. The best of the minor piece combinations, and here maybe some defensive move like queen f6, I imagine. Or something like queen c6, taking the counter attack and forcing the trade of the queens.
Yeah, and then you'll have to go queen e8, trade, and try and go rook b8. But this is, again, it's all black. I mean, black shouldn't have too many problems here.
Yes, exactly. So I think it has to be some bishop into h3 here, because otherwise you are just bound to defend.
Maybe it's even stronger to start. Let's just take a look. Bishop h3, and now you go queen c6 because you don't have this rook e8 trade.
Quite possible, quite possible.
Is there rook g7 here? Rook g7, king g7, queen e5, king h7. But there's G2 mate, right? So king H7.
Yeah, and
E7?
here
No, king H6, there's
white
rook
card.
D6. So you have to go king H8.
Yeah, but here I don't think black can possibly be worse.
Yeah,
Good
queen
chance.
E5.
Yeah, queen e5. There's a repetition though.
He goes G4, and of course,
Oh,
this is the other idea. We completely missed this. We
oh yeah,
completely missed
G4 was
this
the
idea.
point. Yeah, G4 was the point. G4 was the point. Vishak missed this completely, and so did we. The point being
And
that
so
after
did
bishop
we.
at G4, bishop at G4, the queen is attacked.
Wow, so then this just feels like Abhimanyu is back, and how? Yeah, he picks up the dangerous E6 pawn. He's got an extra piece now, but he still keeps up the pressure on the E file. Now rook E6 is a threat. You can go rook F6, but the problem with these lines is, or rook E8, two options. I prefer rook E8 to rook F6, to be honest. But the problem with these two lines is that white doesn't have a way to put another pressure. He goes rook F6 because he wants to maintain the pressure on F2.
Makes sense, Tanya. Makes complete sense. Rook F6, and I think Abhimanyu is on his way to winning this one. Rook F6, he can back it up with Rook F7, and by this point he's just a piece up. Meanwhile, a couple of results on the board here. Arvind has won against Raunak, and Deeptan managed to win against Aradhya. So those are two results we have in this round. And in the Arjun Nihal game, Nihal has actually made quite a bit of inroads towards converting his position. He's a clear pawn up. He managed to win this pawn by creating pressure on the d4 point with rook c4. And Arjun had two options. He could have defended with knight e2, which would create him problems with the b6 pawn, but he can defend back and forth like this. So this was one option. And the other option was to seek counterattack with rook b5. And he went for this. And Nihal took the d4 pawn. Arjun took the d5 pawn. And here Nihal made this very nice tactical trick with rook into c3, attacking the d5 rook and the d3 rook simultaneously. But Arjun had this move rook 3 into d4. He took the knight instead of the rook. So he saves his rook, his piece, but in the end, he lost the b6 pawn. So at the end of everything, when the smoke cleared up, he was down by just a pawn. And this is the live position we have now, where Arjun has just played his rook to d2. But this looks very dangerous for Arjun. It's a 4 versus 3, which would be a draw without the bishops. But with the presence of the bishops, I think it increases black's chances a bit.
I think more than a bit. I mean, I don't know. I don't care what the eval bar is saying, how much advantage it's giving, but these positions are so difficult to defend. And also compare the two bishops, right? Bishop
Did he blender the pawn now? Or did he
rook
give it up
F7
willingly?
just simply? Yeah. Why would he just give up rook F7? Bishop d4 is not possible. So you go king g8.
There was no way to defend it, I think.
Well, he doesn't take it on F7.
Because there's no way to defend it, Tanya. If you go king g8, there's rook d8 check, and you can't play bishop f8 because of bishop c5. So you have to come back and rook d7. So Arjun realizes that he can take the f7 pawn if he wants to, but he wants to do it at a situation where he's still pinning it. For example, black continues b4, and now white takes rook into f7. There's a deadly threat of rook into g7 as well as bishop d4. So this is slightly better circumstance to do it. And that is why he starts with king f1. And now he takes rook into f7. Nihal goes rook b1 check because he doesn't want to get stuck in this bishop d4 death trap. And now he has to move his king. But Arjun also gets his rook to b7 now. And the pawns are equal, but there's still the danger of the b pawn. b3, b2 incoming. And
you probably have to go. Do you go king d2 here? No, but then king d2, there's rook b2. Yeah, and this is dangerous, right?
Yeah, it's certainly not easy, but you can go king d3 if you want to get to c2. But this also runs into rook d1 check and b2. But you come back king e2 attacking the rook, so this doesn't work. But you still have to be careful with these similar options, rook f1, rook d1. You have to calculate it out. It's not straightforward.
I think maybe this is what he needs to calculate, and it's pretty precise because rook f1, there's also king e2. So king
Exactly.
g8, let's just have, yeah, so this is the live board, king g8 played, and we are looking at this line with rook b7 and rook f1. Now king e2, you keep the pressure on the rook, not allowing the pawn to get to b2, and the only square that black has is to return to b1.
Oh, yes, but black can start with b2 here. Black can start with b2, and now there's rook d1 or rook f1 incoming. So I think this position, you have to be very careful with white. You have to find a very, very precise way to hold the position together. Arjun has started with rook b7, so he may have seen the way to get here, but you have to be careful. You have to be careful and make the best move here.
Not easy, because black just has a very clear idea. Yeah, you want to go b2, you want to move your rook. So you're saying if white goes king d3, then black goes b2, and is that already game over?
You can keep giving checks. You can keep giving checks, Tania. Like I start with rook b8. Where do you go?
And king h7, you go rook b7.
Exactly. And my point is, as black, you have no place to hide.
Yeah, because you're just in time. Yeah,
Yeah, we're just in time. And if there's b2, then there's bishop d4, and there's a pin on g7, and it's very hard to make progress with black. Rook b2 check, I think you just hide with king f1, and there's bishop d4. The rook cannot get out from the b file because of rook into b3, and there's no way out for the black king from the 7th rank. So I think this is the defensive setup that black has in mind, and the reason why this position is the evolution bar shows this as equal.
All right, well, this one looks like we found the line in which Arjun holds. Nihal trying to think of a way in, but probably isn't going to succeed in finding one. Maybe it doesn't exist. Let's go back to the Abhimanyu board, because Abhimanyu is down to 15 seconds, and it's still, but this is just now busted for white. Yeah, there's just nothing in this position.
We have made these evaluations before, and we weren't totally right, but I think now
this one I'm sure.
Yeah, this one seems to be safe for black here, especially because of the presence of the bishops, the opposite
of an
color
extra
bishops.
Queen, not to mention the extra queen.
Yes, the extra queen, but talking about the rook versus queen fortresses.
Yes, that's true. Those are some tough memories, but very interesting ones. But this position is far away from that one. And I think Abhimanyu's gamble of not bailing out has paid off this time. The double-edged sword works for him.
Yes, I think it all came down to better calculation in that moment when he played this move bishop. When he played, earlier, with bishop into g4. Yeah, exactly. This move g4 was the turning point, and bishop into g4, bishop into g4. This is what Vishak missed, and we missed it as well in our commentary. And I think that turned the game around in Abhimanyu's favor, and that was all it was needed. Sometimes you just need to see this one move more than your opponent, and that's enough to win the game.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, some interesting chat going on our Chess 24 on our Chess 24
YouTube
chat. And WCV007 saying in rapid and classical flanker strike saying that blitz is more about intuition, calculation, and speed, not so much of analysis. I think and that's what this format, right? It demands you to understand when you want to spend time in which critical moments actually analyzing and being precise with calculation, and when you start playing on your intuition, when you start playing more on feelings. And the stronger players just have a very strong sense of that.
True, Tania, absolutely true. And we are talking about how in general, even in general, when you have less time, you rely more on intuition rather than calculation, because calculation is very effort intensive and time intensive. So they do spot the exact moments and exactly how much to calculate as well. For example, back to the Arjun Nihal game where there was this point, king f1, and Nihal calculated that b3 is going to end in a draw. And then he just had to make these 2-3 more calculations. He starts with bishop c3, one of the best places for bishop in an endgame like this, because it really supports the pawns. And then after rook c7, bishop e5, rook e7, bishop f6, you just need these 2-3 move calculations. You just need to see stuff like king f7 runs into rook into f6. So you start with rook b1 check and things like that. But you
rook
generally...
E1, can you just trade here? Rook e1, king e1. Are you sure this is drawing now? b3?
I think the white king is just in time, yes.
No, but I'm not going to move the b pawn. So how are you approaching it? So let's say king f7.
Interesting.
Still something to think about, no?
Yes, definitely. It's definitely not straightforward. I think Arjun is under intense pressure, but here you kind of have to...
as well on the clock. 35 seconds for Arjun on the clock.
Yeah, who would have expected that in the matchup between Arjun against Nihal? It's Arjun who has less time.
He doesn't trade, Sri. He doesn't trade. I thought this was some real chances because as we can see on the analysis board, White's king is just not able to get to the b3 pawn. If you go king d3, king c4, the pawn goes to b2. You don't have the square c3 for the king. Meanwhile, Black can start making progress with his own king. I don't know if, again, this would be enough to win or not, but these are very difficult questions and White wants to keep insisting on trading. Nihal needs to go for this. He needs to take the rook and go b3.
I think this is a much better version, Tania. It's a much better version because the king is one move away. And rook into e3, bishop at e3, b3 forces bishop c1. And now Black gets a lot of options. So I think Nihal is really in this game right now. And has better chances to win than Arjun has chance of making a draw. So the poll we have in our... I don't know what the result of the poll is, but in terms of the game, Nihal has a massive advantage now.
And Arjun is just relying on that the H pawn is wrong colored pawn. So even if he loses the bishop, let's say in some positions after b2, bishop b2, bishop b2, he'll be down a piece. But look at that h5 pawn and look at the h1 square. All he needs to do is trade off the g pawn. And he's relying that there should be some way of doing that. Of course, it still work. And I'm not really sure how he's doing it because let's just show some line here. King e2, for example, king e6. King d3. He can just wait forever to get b4, b2 actually. And the point is that the moment you go g4, for example, I don't know, maybe start with g4.
In fact, he adopts the defensive setup, Tania. He just goes king g2, king h3 and tries to get g4. So let's say we go g4.
And you have to take on g4. You can't allow g takes h5 because then the pawn is wrong square. And now
I'm actually not sure about that, Tania. I think there are two ways to win. One is that you can do this. The other is you can just get your king to c2 and bishop to e7. And this bishop will run out of squares. And I think that is the easiest option. And he goes for it. Nihal goes for king c4. And I think Arjun, this must have slipped his mind completely. And Nihal has seen it. And if Nihal manages that, he will get into the sole lead. He will get into the lead. And I think Arjun realizes that now he goes for f4, but it might be too late for that to happen because bishop e7, king c2 takes only 2 moves. And I think Nihal can even take everything off now. Yeah, g into f5, g into h5, and king c2 and bishop e7.
Arjun just allowed Black's king in. I mean, we were looking at all these lines when White would put the king on d3. You want to go g4, you don't really need your king on h3 for that. So
no, but the problem is if you go g4 here, then there's bishop into h4 always.
But then you take on h5 and king c3.
And there are positions where your king is just too far away, like this one, for example. So the pawn just runs and you're not in time.
Bishop g5. It's just still a better defensive fight than just allowing Black's king in, no?
True. It was certainly a better defensive one. And Arjun has resigned at this point and Nihal has won this game. So it is Nihal who wins this one.
And with that big win, that means that Nihal actually takes the lead. And I think this, as you pointed out, an absolute model game by Nihal on the Carlsberg structure. how you play this kind of pawn structure, taking care of making sure white doesn't get what they want with the e4 break, with the b5 break, and eventually creating weaknesses of the b6, d4 pawns. A very, very instructive game there by Nihal. And I think a little bit of it just felt like Arjun never woke up, never got the precision in that end game. It should have been holdable somehow, but made it look easy. Nihal made it look easy, this one.
Yes, he made it look easy. He made it look very smooth, and he did it in his trademark Nihal style, just accurate play all through, solid but accurate. And we still have one game going on, Tania, the game between Vantika and Abhijit. All other games ended, all the games decisive. We have had 6 games with results out of 7. And the final game, Vantika against Abhijit, it looks set to go towards a draw. It has liquidified to a large extent. Rook against 2 minor pieces, but white just has to give up this rook for a pawn and a minor piece, and it should be a draw.
Interesting. Vantika down to 15 seconds. I'm still thinking about the whole Arjun Nihal game. Very interesting game that one was. And in the end, Nihal takes it. And with that, jumps onto the leaderboard. And with Ronak, what happened to his game? He lost, right?
Yeah, Ronak lost. So the leaderboard stands with Nihal in the first spot. Wow. And Ronak and Abhimanyu equal on 17 points, although Abhimanyu has played one game more. And Arvind with 16 points and Arjun with 14. I think it's now Nihal, Ronak, and Arvind who are in the top 3 in essence. And one win can change it for anyone.
Very nice.
But Nihal, what has been noteworthy of his win against Arjun is how fast he played. Nihal is usually the one who's lower on time. He's the one who's usually lagging behind. But I think 2 noteworthy things. One is how quickly he was playing, which shows a lot of confidence. And when Nihal is confident, he's in a good flow. He plays faster than usual, and it all flows for him. So I think that is a very ominous sign for him in this tournament. And the second thing was that he kept pressing. He was ambitious, and one of Nihal's drawbacks used to be that he was usually quite content with, for example, a solid draw with the black pieces. And this time, when he got a little bit of chance, he took it. He went for it, and he kept pressing, and he was rewarded with a win. So both these things, conscious efforts by Nihal to improve things which weren't coming as naturally to him.
But that's the thing, right? When you're playing somebody like Arjun, who is such a strong player, you're not going to get too many chances. So when you do get that one chance, and especially with the black pieces, even if the game has a bigger chance of heading towards a draw, you do make the most of your position. And I remember we were having this discussion with that b6, d4 pawn. And I really appreciate the fact that Nihal actually did try to push for more in that position. I don't know if it was enough or not once again, but he did everything to create as big problems as possible. Meanwhile, on our Chess24 chat, WCV saying, can't wait to see Arjun, Nihal and Prague in the same Champions Chess Tour event. That would be very epic.
Oh, yes, Tania. And I think it's almost set to happen, yes. If whoever wins this one of the promising juniors, Prague is already one of the main players in the Champion Chess Tour. Arjun is qualified for the next iteration. And whoever qualifies here is likely to get into the next Champion Chess Tour. So that's going to be amazing. That's going to be awesome.
No, I think a lot of our viewers are very impressed with Nihal's play in the previous game. Symphonic Knight mentioning as well that Nihal can win this. Definitely, he's always a favorite, right? In this tournament from the start, if you have to point out 3 players, Nihal would be up there to win the title. He had a little bit of a slow start, but I think this game just shows how strong he can play. Making it look easy with the black pieces against a player like Arjun Ergassi, it's a mammoth task. And he did it. Meanwhile, we still have this one game remaining. As you mentioned, we've had so many decisive results, and that's a narrative that we see very often when these youngsters are fighting against each other. They're thirsty for blood, they're thirsty for a fight, they're thirsty for a game. And that also expresses itself in the kind of results we see. Now, the position that we have on the board, it's clear that Abhijit wants to push. He's trying to grind this down. Vantika is down to 30 seconds on the clock. Once again, if anyone has a chance in this position, it's black. You've got the C pawn, you've got the two pieces. But do you see any way for black to improve the position?
It's not easy, Tanya. It's not at all easy because as you advance the king, there's always checks with the rook, and it's when you start pushing the c4 pawn, white will put her king on d4. Now he makes some progress with king d5, but at some point or another, the rook is going to be able to sacrifice itself for the pawn and a minor piece. So I think there is a long grind coming up. Abhijit is going to play a lot of moves here, but he doesn't have a lot to grind with. He can make these little advances, but rook h5 once again, pinning the bishop, holding the knight on d6, responsible for the f5 bishop. And there is also this a pawn, which is an annoying distraction for black. So he can't, if he pushes c4, then white starts with a5, a6, the king moves back, and now rook will go back to h6. We are at a proper impasse, and black is not even able to make these small incremental improvements, even getting the pawn from c5 to c4.
He now tries from the other way, bishop a6. And I think the main point is this a pawn, that when black starts to make progress with the king along with the knight and bishop, the a pawn can start advancing, which gives Vantika enough counterplay. Abhijit finally taking a decision. So making it sure that Vantika, if you want to draw in this game, you still have to fight for it. I'm playing this one till the end. C4 played, so resetting that whole 50 move, pawn move situation. And Vantika uses this opportunity to advance.
But I don't know. Did you see Abhijit shaking his head after c4, king d4? And now Vantika seems a bit rejuvenated,
King E5.
Drinking some water. Yeah,
There's
exactly.
King E5 in the air.
King e5 and all of them on the 6th rank. I'm not really sure if Abhijit chose a good moment to push his pawn to c4.
And this might just mean that he has to go c3 and give up the pawn, because how are you fighting this threat? King c7, doesn't this allow king c5? You have knight b7 or knight e4 check, maybe knight e4 check.
Yeah, but then king b4 and we agree for a draw, yeah? Knight d6, king c5.
All right, and I also like how Vantika has gone for it. She's gone rook h7, forcing black's king to c6 one more time, and then she'll pin the knight again. Again, creating the threat of king e5. So let's just show it on our analysis board. You can't go all the way back with the king. So you have to go king c6. And now with rook h6, probably Abhijit immediately has to take the draw now. c4, a bit hasty there.
Yes, and he doesn't seem to be too happy with it, Tanya. But once again, I didn't think there was a lot to fight in that position. It was pretty equal. And I don't think Abhijit has too many reasons to be unhappy either, because I think the game was very evenly fought, and the draw is a logical conclusion. It was pretty evenly fought, and I don't imagine Vantika being worse at any point. It's just that Abhijit has this super strong will to win here, and finally we see this draw happening, rook into d6, king into c4. Vantika taking that draw and stopping her losing streak of 4 games in a row.
And the nightmare continues for Abhijit. He's having a tough tournament, this one. And this game, he's definitely disappointed with the result. But he did try to create his chances. Vantika kept her cool and managed with precise play in this endgame to hold it. All right, we've got, I think we might have games on already. And if we don't, do you want to quickly, because I see on our chat, Janvi is asking that what happened to Abhimanyu's game? How did he win? Well, we did see it turn around. Let's just quickly go to that. This one has ended. Let's just go back to the point where things changed in this game and take our viewers through this one.
In the end, it was a pretty easy win, Tanya. He had this extra queen, but the opposite color bishop. So there's no way you could set up a fortress. Any threats on the dark squares, white was not going to be able to defend with his king, lone king and a rook.
Maybe you can just show us the moment where he actually won the queen. So let's just back up and see, because we remember this g4 move happened. And now how this continued, and Abhimanyu ended up with an extra queen.
Exactly. This move, g4. So there was this point with h into g5, h into g5, knight into f7, which started the complications. Vishak sacrificed a piece here. And after bishop into e6, rook e4, it looked like black was under pin and white was set to win some material. But what all of us missed was a very strong move g4, which meant that if white took bishop into g4, black replies with bishop into g4, and the white queen is attacked. So white no longer had that pin going. And Vishak instantly responded with bishop f1, but by this point, it was already very clear that black was in the driver's seat. He just went rook f8, the rook to f6, getting this rook on the f file, eyeing the f2 pawn, and all of his pieces out there in play. Rook f6, rook e5, queen d4, rook e4, they repeated once. And then after rook e5, he just went king f8, getting the king out of this diagonal and also supporting the e7 rook and also setting up for the next move. After Vishak unsuspectingly played bishop to g2, Abhimanyu unleashed this devastating move, bishop c4. A beautiful tactic, attacking the queen, the rook, and the f2 pawn, all of it at once.
A wise man once said that cheapos are the future.
Exactly.
But that said, this is actually a nice trick. I wouldn't even call this a cheapo. I think bishop c4, playing king f8, a preparation move for this, taking advantage of white's overloaded queen, defending the rook on e5 and the pawn on f2. Very nicely set trick by Abhimanyu, this one.
Absolutely, Tania. And with that win, Abhimanyu goes higher up in the standings. Meanwhile, we have kickoff in round 10. And the important game, Raunak versus Arjun, has seen quite a few moves. It started with 1 e4. It's a Roy Lopez after 3 bishop b5. And Arjun goes for this 4 bishop c5, a trendy little variation which has seen a lot of games ever since Jordan introduced it in the 2021 Tata Steel tournament. He used it with excellent success against a very strong field in a classical tournament. And the variation has shown that it has a lot of depth ever since then. White has 2 ways to play. He can start with castle or c3. The obvious idea is to go for the center. And here, black has the option again to respond with d6, knight f6, or knight e7. And Arjun chooses to go knight e7 and a pretty early start to thinking for Raunak, which is also, I think, not entirely surprising because Arjun always has this tendency to surprise his opponents. He plays a lot of different things, and he manages to bring the surprise element into the game quite often. And Raunak, although he has excellent preparation, when you're surprised, you start thinking, you start trying to recollect what your opening preparation is. So I think in the games between them, they always manage to bring in the surprise. And now we have the moves blitzed out. We have this moves blitzed out. And this position, Tania, bishop d2, bishop into d2, queen into d2, d5, e into d5. And here black takes knight into d5. This is how this epic game between Anish against Jordan, one of the Tata Steel tiebreak games went, which ended in a win for Jordan. And these positions give a very nice advantage for white. Short castle, and white takes on c6, b into c6. Initially, Jordan showed that you can very concretely force a draw with the black pieces, and then white started finding other less concrete ways, and it's always a bit better for white in this structure. So black started with queen into d5, which was first played in recent times in the game Koibakaro Nihal in Grand Swiss. And after knight c3, queen e6 check, this is a pretty interesting position with about a handful of games, 7 games, and one of the games dating back all the way to 1914 with Halakain playing this with white. And he played king f1 here. And the next game after the Halakain game is the game between Tal against Fischer. And that also went king f1. And in more recent times, this was seen in the game Zhu Jainer against Arjun Erigaisi from the Tata Steel Challenges. And black had a good result in all of these games from 1914 to 2022. Raunak chooses to play with the queen to e3, which is a better move. He's obviously aware of this position. And this forces this middle game, short castle, queen d6, bishop into c6, knight into c6, d5. And this position is generally a bit better for white, but black should be able to hold with precise play. So this is how the modern theory has progressed here. And Raunak seems to know what he's doing. But I think Arjun also knows this position, both of them in their preparation. Likely expecting to see a bishop into f3 with either the addition of knight f5 or without that. And then we have only these 2 pawns, d5 pawn and c7 pawn, slightly different. Everything else symmetrical and position a pretty equal position. And I think a success, opening success for Arjun here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is of course a really big game because both players are still sort of overcoming from what happened in the first game of the day, right? Arjun lost to Nihal and Ronak also a very tough game against Arvind. And both also know that this is super important because it can very often end up that you go into a spiral if they don't stop the bleeding. It's going to be fascinating to see who takes how much risk, but the way you describe the opening and summarize all the action we're seeing so far, one does get the feeling that both players want to take it a bit calmer this time. And the moment I see that, I see g4 on the board, which means that Ronak is up for the fight. Let's also take a quick look at some of the other games that are on. Of course, this is a big game for us. I want to move on to the Arvind versus Surya board. Now, Gangs did not play the first game because he was paired against Gukesh. So he managed to get some rest in, which means that he had some more time to prepare against Arvind. Arvind, who's been very much on form in the tournament and in the previous round just defeated Ronak as well. So let's take this from the top. It is a Sicilian. How did we get here?
No prizes for guessing Surya's first move in this tournament. I think he's gone 1e4 in pretty much all the games here. c5, knight f3. And here, Arvind throws in this move g6, which is not even amongst the top 5 moves here. Black's popular moves d6, e6, knight c6. Bit of an exaggeration. G6 is one of the moves, but definitely not among the top 3. G6, and this gives rise to some pretty interesting opening options for white. d4, c into d4, and here white can take queen into d4, knight f6, e5, knight c6, queen a4 or f4, knight to d5, queen e4, and this is one interesting and complex variation, which used to be thought of as an advantage for white here. But then black came up with several interesting new ways to defend in these types of positions. So the simple thing to do is to just take knight into d4, which actually goes into an accelerated dragon position, starting more commonly from second move knight c6, d4, c into d4, knight into d4, and now black plays g6. And here after knight into d4, knight c6 is black's best move. And after c4, we have this very nice Maroczy bind, a very nice position with the white pieces. Knight f6, knight c3, knight into d4, queen into d4. Knight into d4, a bit of a forcing move. d6, bishop e3. Should I pass? Are you smiling for with the opening, or is it something else?
No, I was smiling. I was smiling because I was looking at the Gang's camera, and you see behind him, you see that wallpaper. I actually recognize that wallpaper. It's a photograph of Gangs playing chess. And it's a very cool photograph. I think it's on his Instagram is where I've seen it, or he's shown it to me. And I can't believe he's made a whole wallpaper out of it. And it's just so cool that it's him playing chess at the back. I just wish he would move his
Okay. I just noticed that. I just noticed that too. I noticed the wallpaper before as well, but I didn't know it was
Let me see where this was.
picture.
This is a very famous. It's a very famous photo of Gangs actually, and it's apparently in a really cool spot. I'm gonna check if I can find out where this was taken. I don't know if I'll be able to, but Sri, just continue because this is it's very cool to see that he's actually made a wallpaper out of it.
I know. I had the totally same thoughts. But black takes knight into d4, queen into d4, d6. A bit of a committal move, this knight into d4. The other option is to also do something like bishop g7, bishop e3 gives options like knight g4. But possible d6, bishop e3, bishop g7, bishop e2, short castle. And back in the times, the normal thing to do here with white was to, just you bring the queen back, of course, there's the threat of knight g4. So you bring the queen back, and then you go short castle, bring the rook to b1, the other rook to c1, and b3, f3. This is how you kept the bind. But the reason Stockfish started coming up with numerous new suggestions on how to play this position as white. So Gangs goes queen d3, short castle, The point is you want to go f4 directly. You don't want to wait with f3. You don't want to do the slow game. So short castle a4, f4 right away. But black hasn't developed his bishop on c8 yet. So he goes bishop g4, bishop d4, bishop into e2, queen into e2, queen e5. And that's where we have the present position where we await the report from Tania from our Instagram scouting.
You know, I'm a pro at that stuff. I'm totally a pro, and I did find it. And yeah, Sauradeep, you're right. Sogata, it is playing chess on an ice lake in Ladakh, and I'm gonna try and show it to you. I don't know if I'll be able to, but do you see it? I'm just
Yes, I see it. It's a beautiful picture.
It's a beautiful photograph, and look at this one. And that's on Surya's Instagram, and it says, definitely my favorite pick, especially for International Chess Day. So he actually posted that wallpaper that we see behind him on International Chess Day. It was taken on in Pangong Lake in Ladakh. It was minus 12 degrees, and the entire lake was frozen. And like you've been pointing out, you know what, Sri, even in that board that he set up, even in that game, he made the movie for. It's really Gang's move. Best by test.
Gang's, he was the second of Vichy for a really long time, Tania. So obviously, I mean, you start with e4. There's the influence of Fischer, Kasparov, and then, of course, being Vichy's second, all of it has an effect. And the only time when Gang strayed away from playing is 1e4 was when he briefly flirted with the Catalan opening for a few years, just after Vichy's 2008 match with Anand Topalo, because Anand did a lot of Catalan in those matches. But apart from that, I think he's been loyal to 1e4 for most of his life.
But of course, we just had to put the Catalan bit in.
Of course, it's irresistible, both for the player as well as the commentator.
What do you think, Chad? Do you think that's a wallpaper or is that a painting? I'm still really curious about it.
It has to be a wallpaper. I think it has to be a wallpaper.
Yeah, I hope we can get Gang on an
wallpaper.
interview. Of course, it's custom made. I mean, I would love to find it in the market and go get it done. But I think this is, I would love to have Gangs on with us and ask him about that.
That might start, Tania, once Gang starts putting out his merch. But till then, we have to just be content with the giveaway merch.
It might just be a plugin for his upcoming merch. That is true. And that's actually perfect timing. So you mentioned the giveaway that we had, and you also were talking about how Gangs was the one who was a second to Anand for I think for 3 World Championship matches. He's been a part of his core team for so long. And I think I'm being told that we do have 2 winners who did win the very cool Chessable bag, as well as the FFL Cup and a 3-month premium membership. Let's see if we can have that on screen or whenever. And there it is. There it is. Sri, the 2 winners. Untitled Unmastered is one of them. And the correct answer to the 3rd youngest grandmaster in history, it is Gukesh, the first player to qualify for a Champions Chess Tour knockout. This was a trick question because a lot of you thought it might be Pragnananda, but it was actually Arjun Agassi who qualified to the quarterfinals, where he played against Levon. A tough match for Levon, which eventually went down to the wire and Levon won. But Arjun Agassi was the first Indian to qualify for the knockouts of the Champions Chess Tour. The player who did win the bronze medal in the World Under 14 was Vantika. And of course, the Cowboys. If Adi is watching, shout out to Adi. Who are the players?
She has left the commentary.
Sri has left the chat and the commentary box. The Cowboy players do play 1b3, and of course,
Untitled Unmastered is in my chat, Tania. It's Kaivalya Shah. Well done, Kaivalya. Awesome. Big shout out to you. I'm sorry. Is it weird that I notice spelling errors in these posts as well, or is it a normal thing?
You're a grammar Nazi then, and I think. But where is the spelling error? I don't see it.
It's in Vantika's name. So it is Agrawal, not Agrar. But it's a pretty common spelling, Agar. But good time to note her actual spelling.
You know, I get that so much because so many people actually spell my name with a Y or add an A at the end of Sachdev. Again, very common mistakes, but we're still going to give it to Untitled, Unmastered Cavalier. Congratulations. And our second winner is Vidhi. I don't know if Vidhi is in chat, but if you're watching it, congratulations as well. These were the correct answers. And if you could just send us your Chess24 IDs on chat, that would be great. We'll also be reaching out to you on Twitter and make sure that your prizes get to you ASAP.
Awesome, amazing. And a bit of an envy that I couldn't participate very unfairly in the giveaway, but I'm happy with my Chessable merch.
Sri, you're unbelievable. Sri came up with like 90% of those questions and he still wanted to participate in it. But I know why, because it was such a cool giveaway. I don't know where the bag's gone, but you guys saw it. And yeah, it's the FFL Cup, which I absolutely love. Sri, I'll send you one. When is your birthday?
So my birthday is on February 14th.
Oh, cool. So I'll send you next year then, I guess.
It's a long wait, Tania. I think we should do something Olympiad based.
All right. Well, we might do it on Olympiad. I'll get it for you at the Olympiad. Done.
Thank you.
For
Thank
being
you. I'm happy.
such a brilliant co-commentator and expressing my gratitude, I shall gift you the Chessable bag.
Wow. The compliment already made my day. The cup is just a bonus now.
No, you're not getting the cup. You're only getting the bag.
I'm happy with the bag. The bag was the one I had my eye on.
You had on your wish list.
Yep. It was a
awesome.
I love the bag the moment I saw it, and I was like,
it is so
wow,
cool.
it
I'll
looks
try and
so
get it.
pretty.
I'll try and show it. Let me actually get it. 1 second.
Sure. So Tania's out on her little expedition to get the bag. Meanwhile, let's get back to the Ronak Arjun game again, guys, because it's a very important game towards the standings. And as Tania mentioned, Ronak had lost his first. Tania's back.
Oh, I'm back. By the way, did you say 14th Feb is your birthday?
Yes.
How ironic is it that you're born on Valentine's Day and you're still forever single?
I know, right? I know. But that's how life works. I mean, what can I say?
Life just played a little bit of a joke on Sri. By the way, guys, this is the bag. I really love it, actually. It's the coolest bag I've seen. Not even kidding. This is not even a plugin.
I know.
All right. So, well, Anshika asking, do I get one on my birthday? Well, we will do another giveaway. I think we've got one lined up for today or for tomorrow, the final giveaway of the tournament. So watch out for that. And yeah, definitely participate in it. And you could win a Chessable bag, an FFL mug, and a 3-month premium membership. But for now, let's get back to the chess. And what's the action, Sri?
Tania, the super important game, Ronak against Arjun, it has heated up. And it's not going to be a peaceful draw. It has totally heated up. We were at this moment with G4, Bishop G6, Rook E1. And it was always a bit of a risk from White's point of view. And it's very interesting, Tania, because this opening, if you just switch on Stockfish, it will show you a good advantage for White, plus 0.5, 0.7. But if you go beyond that, if you use your human input, and I myself had to do a bit of convincing to show that this is actually very easy to go wrong for White in these types of positions. And once again, Ronak, he started with D5. And I think around this point, the game had already spiraled into a objectively equal position. And when he went with G4, Bishop G6, Rook E1, he was really taking the position by its horns. And for Arjun, he just had to make these normal defensive moves. He went Bishop G4, Bishop was attacked. He went Bishop H5, Bishop was attacked. He went Bishop G6. Knight is attacked. He goes Rook E8, Queen E5, Queen D8 to get this Knight to D6 because, Knight is your best blockader, not your Queen. And he just made these normal moves. And he already had a better position because his position was strategically better pawn structure. The bishop usually better than knight in these types of positions, more places for the bishop to control. So knight c8, knight e5, knight d6, h4, threatening to trap the bishop, h5, f3, keeping everything in balance. bishop to h7, and now b3, a distress sign in white's position that he doesn't have anything else to improve. f6, knight to c4, supporting the point of b3, knight b5, and now knight e2. This is the live position we have right now. It's still complex, but I think a bit more in black's favor. And I really like this move rook into e2, which comes to my mind instantly. Rook into e2, knight c3, and liquidates the position. And less pawns, less pieces on the board, and worse pawn structure for white. Were you about to say something, Tania?
No, I'm sorry. I just, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, there's some, sorry, I faced a little bit of an internet issue right now, but I'm back now. All right, so just when you were mentioning knight c3, it's on the board. I think I'm back at a good moment, a fork on the board. So what's really going on? Rook d2, and white has really sort of weakened the king side in trying to create the play. This is a very uneven position. It's the kind of position where you're playing for all three results. If I had to pick a color, I feel I would want to be black here, simply because white's king feels a bit unsafe. The move rook e8 comes to mind, trying to take control of the open file. But you've always got to watch out for this d6 stuff. I don't know if immediately it's a possibility, but definitely something that's in the air. He takes on g4 first. So hg4, fg4, making sure that white, and this makes a lot of sense because white doesn't have the additional opportunity of just grabbing that h5 pawn.
True, Tanya. White doesn't have the additional opportunity of grabbing the h5 pawn, and it was hanging for a long time. So Arjun gets that out of the way. And in general, white's position feels very loose to me. And I don't see a raging attack happening. d6 will be an important move to gain a lot of space and get rid of this weakness. So Arjun has to watch out for that. And that makes things a bit double-edged, but black can deal with it with a move like b5, kicking away this knight from e3 and taking control of the d6 square. So start with b5, get this knight out of the way, and then get your rook into the game. I think this has to be Arjun's game plan, which I expect him to play because b5 really suggests itself. You don't want to allow d6 in this position. And after b5, his rook comes into the game, and I think black has a clearly better game here. Although it's complex, I think black is better.
I fully agree with you. I feel these g4, h4 pawns are going to turn out to be a bit of a weakness, especially because there are such few pieces on the board. And that just makes it very difficult to get attacking possibilities, and in turn just makes your own king super weak. Bishop e4, another interesting option here. It didn't come to my mind, to be completely honest, as the way forward. But of course, well, Arjun showing that he is a very creative player, puts pressure on d5. Bishop d5 is a threat. And the first line I want to look at is what happens if white actually goes for d6 right now. I don't want to allow bishop takes d5. Is d6 an option? How would black react to d6?
Black is also not obliged to react instantly to the d6, Tanya. So he can ignore it and maybe go ahead with b5 anyway, because the rook on d1 is pinned by the black queen, and d into c7 is not an instant threat. And the last thing I want to allow is this knight onto d6 and potentially to other places.
d6 on the board, he goes for it because it's just screaming to be played, right? It's a weakness on d5. You really want to make this move. b5 is what you're pointing out. And I'm just wondering if after b5, white can reroute the knight. Let's just have b5 on our board. It's the move that you wanted to play. D takes c7. Unfortunately impossible because the rook on d1 is pinned. So you don't have the opportunity to do that. Let's say you fall back with the knight, and I want to take a look at knight e3 because knight d2 just feels like it's coming in the way of my rook, and I don't want that. So maybe knight e3 feels like the move.
Yeah, knight e3, and as black, I can take c into d6 now because your d1 rook is attacked, is defended, and d into c7 is a threat. And I don't want to let this d6 pawn continue on for longer. So I would take c into d6, and I expect white to take with the
maybe
rook.
Queen d6, maybe rook d6. I was thinking maybe go into an endgame with queen takes d6.
Makes sense, actually. Makes sense. When I think about it, rook d6, queen c7, this looks bad for white. So with the king situation, going into the endgame makes more sense. But I think it's also, we have established it clearly that Black doesn't want to go into the endgame. So the queen can either move to c8 or e8, and Arjun will try to keep his queens on regardless.
Yeah, but I feel once this position is achieved and after d6, there's a bit of clarification that takes place. We've been critical of Ronak's pawns and the weak king, but I think now it feels a bit more restored, and the problems seem to be behind him. So I like his approach of d6. We'll see if Arjun's able to create chances or not. Let's move on to some of the other action that we have, and let's go back to the Arvind board against Surya. We got so distracted with Gang's wallpaper situation that I'm still thinking about it, but I also want to take a look at the position that we have on the board. Now, I see this f6 pawn, and very often we might think that it's a strength in White's position. But with no direct way to target the dark squared weaknesses, you don't have a queen on h6, the g7 square cannot really be made use of. The f6 pawn can actually turn out to be a big weakness, and you might just lose it. And after e5, ideas like queen e6, rook e6, putting pressure on f6 become a reality. Let's take a look at what happens if White accepts this pawn sacrifice, because wait a second, f e5, d takes e5, rook e5. Let's say you trade queen e5. Does he simply want to pick up the a3 pawn? Is that the point? And say that, you know what, my a4 passer will be a big deciding factor now.
I think so, Tania. I think you're absolutely right. That's one of the strengths of this e5 move. And another important factor is with this bishop on f8, the dark square bishop, this pawn on f6 loses a lot of its sting, because you're not going to be able to put your queen on h6 and threaten a checkmate. So it does look like Surya has overextended his position a little bit. He has overestimated his chances. He's been a bit over-optimistic, and now it's actually Black who is better. It's similar to the Karthikeyan Arvind game that we had seen earlier, where it looked like White was throwing everything at Black, but Black just sat back, calmly accepted everything, and when he chose to hit back, it was with devastating power.
Yeah. No,
I think this is
Surya's position. I think Arvind is doing really well right now, and he's got 7 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a bit of a tough task for Surya to defend. And look at Arvind, he's just bobbing his head, moving left to right. It's almost like he's listening to music right now, but that's definitely not happening. He's calculating lines and probably to some extent enjoying his position.
I was actually imagining a boxer in my mind when I saw him bobbing his head, and it's like, you know, you're evading the punches and you're preparing for your counter punch, which is what he's doing with the black pieces in this game. And I think that's a characteristic of the Sicilian defense in general. And I really like his opening choice as well. You see how he's creating fighting complex positions from the opening in every game that he's playing. He's just creating those fights, and it hasn't worked for him all the time. Like, for example, against Aradia, it backfired, but it has been working for him in most of the games. And that seems to be the way of modern chess. You have to win or you lose. You can't just try and play it safe. That can be dangerous for you.
All right, we see a trade on e5, opens up that bishop on f8, which is a fabulous bishop really for Arvind. It controls the g7 square, the h6 attacking points, and also eyes the weakness in White's camp, which is a3. And this explains Gang's last move. He says, I'm not going to allow you the a4 passer, blocks it with the move c5, but this gives Black that tempo to go queen e6 or queen f5.
Also queen d5.
Also a nice move. Queen f5, queen e6, queen d5, centralizing the queens. I think these are all moves that definitely give Arvind some advantage. We will come back to this. I want to move over to the Abhimanyu board. Again, one of the players who's at the top of our leaderboard. He had this first game that he won. A little bit of a trouble there in the opening, but he kept the imbalance going, kept the dynamic play going, and was the winner at the end. He's playing against Vantika. Now, a very important game for him because he's clearly looking at scoring a full point here. And that's simply because, well, Vantika is a target in this tournament. So Abhimanyu knows that if he wants to win the event, this game, he's got to really try and make the most of. Vantika, we know her strength. We know just how strong she is and how you cannot underestimate her. She's not going to let that be easy. I do see Abhimanyu's managed to have a double bishop advantage in an open position, which counts for something. There is a d6 weakness. Overall, it does feel like white has more play, easier play, and Vantika needs to be a bit careful here.
Completely agree with you, Tania. I think white is in the driver's seat. The pair of bishops, the d6 pawn, the superior center, and eventually this bishop eyeing the f7 point, which can come into play after an f4, e5. Deadly devastating threats in the air for Abhimanyu here, and also the type of position that he enjoys. It's I think it's a very important and an altogether different skill to try and bring the type of positions where you get to show the strength that you excel in without letting your opponent show where they excel in. And against very strong players and duels between two very equally strong players, this comes into the fore. Who manages to get into situations where their strength becomes more prominent? And I'm impressed with how consistently and how amazingly Abhimanyu manages to bring in each of his games. He manages to create chaos without exceptions, and he's very good at using chaos as a ladder.
Yeah, 100%. So rook e8 played, trying to put pressure on the e4 pawn and saying that, I don't really believe that white should go e5 here. We've been talking about this d6 as a weakness. So you kind of don't want to dissolve that. White also has the option to start pushing on the king side. Maybe you want to see f4. And of course, Abhimanyu, it's just a move that's so up his alley, to make a move like f4, to go for the most dynamic option and to do it within seconds. You've just got to love the style. And I once again, going back to what we were discussing during our after show yesterday, it just reminds me so much of the way Jan Nepomniachtchi approaches positions, going for the most direct lines and playing them so quickly, not taking time on the board, creating practical challenges for the opponent.
Absolutely, Tania. And also, knight d4 is not possible now because of bishop d5, and that also adds up to the reason on why f4 is super strong here. And can't disagree at all with equating to Jan's style. Abhimanyu certainly has the speed.
And let's just also show some of the other dangers that exist in the position, right? If we have the live board in front of us, after f4, let's say Vantika retreats with the knight to d7, trying to neutralize white's bishop pair. Now bishop g7, king g7, queen d4, and you have to watch out. You can't go knight f6 anymore because now f4 is on the board and suddenly e5 comes in with devastating effects. Whether you go queen f6 or you go knight f6, and let's just show what happens after queen f6. The knight on d7 is undefended, so you can still go e5. So Vantika really needs to be super careful right now after f4. And if Abhimanyu manages to make the most of this middle game, this initiator that he has going, he's going to find himself at the top of the leaderboard.
Completely agree with you. The momentum is totally with Abhimanyu's side here, Tania, and I think there's a 95% chance that he's going to win this game.
All right, let's go back then. I think this one definitely looks like it's a tough task for Vantika ahead. Let's jump back to the Arvind board. We've had some moves there. We were quite happy with the way Arvind's position had developed. Not sure about that f6 pawn. And I think Arvind chose queen f5 to put pressure on f6. Finally, white has managed to defend the pawn with his own queen to d4, also targeting a4. So one gets the feeling that maybe Gangs has managed to find some counterplay against his weakness of f6.
There's certainly a lot of counterplay. It's by no means a clearly winning position, but I think black is still pretty much in the driver's seat. He need not do anything immediate right now. Like, for example, as you did mention, something like rook e6, it doesn't achieve much because the e4 pawn is also hanging, so you can't take the f6 pawn for the moment. And there are ways to defend against this for white after rook e6. He can just take the a4 pawn, as you mentioned. But I think it's not so clear even in these types of positions, Tanya, because you can keep advancing this pawn e3, e2, and argue that the a4 pawn is relatively insignificant considering the other factors present in this position. Arvind goes for the rook to e5 instead because he potentially wants to have the e6 square for the queen. But
also, queen f6 is a threat now, so you have to watch out and defend that pawn. Maybe the other rook will come to e8 to defend the e pawn and start advancing. A very rich position. I agree with you that Surya's troubles are not over, but the one position that we need to jump to immediately is Ronak's Arjun's board. That is just absolute fire. And take a look at this. King f8 played. Ranak Sadmani down to 1 minute. Arjun 7 minutes on the clock. But the king looks like it's in danger. The first move that comes to mind is what happens. Yeah, exactly. I don't know which king I'm talking about anymore. But what happens if white immediately strikes with a move like g5? Do you bail out with rook e7 then?
It actually looks pretty attractive to do that, Tanya, because
on the board, by the way, he's gone for g5. He's gone for g5.
Yes, but I think this endgame, it can only be won by black. White has no chances, and this bishop is a lot stronger than this knight. So although it's a decision that has to be taken carefully by Arjun, this type of an endgame, it's a very, very safe option where you don't really risk losing. Oh, he went for rook d3. I'm sorry, I just completely missed that.
He doesn't go for the safe option. I feel so many of us would have chosen rook e7 simply because, like you said, super safe. If anyone's trying, it's black. But Arjun, he knows he's up on the clock. He wants to keep the threats alive. He's putting more pressure. He's not just playing Ronak. He's not just playing the position, but he's also playing Ronak's clock right now. And with knight e3, still it's a very heated position. I'm not really sure what's happening anymore because now queen e7 just doesn't look like a real option. You can go queen c8 check. Ideas of trading and knight f5 check on the board. Maybe just trade and go knight f5. It just looks very dangerous now.
Yes, Tanya, and I think Arjun is clearly not intending to trade the queens. He wants to set difficult, complex problems for Ronak in the middle game with the queens on, essentially targeting his king and Ronak's time situation. And when I see the time situation, I remember Leon Mendonca, who played some superb games through this tour with less time. But I think those are more of exceptions rather than the norm. And typically when you have less than a minute, most people end up making panic blunders. And it also depends on the position. If you can keep everything safe, we are talking about how important it is to keep things safe when you're in time trouble. And here it's very hard to wrap things together for white in this situation.
Let's try and look at some lines because it's a very crazy position. So queen g4 played. He wanted to defend black from entering with the queen to g3. And now black does have the option to try to maybe pin on the e file. But the other move that comes to my mind is a move like queen a5, which hits the rook on e1. And I'm just wondering, how are you fighting this? Because now I also want to go queen c5 next. If you're not careful, maybe my queen will land up on d5 when I have the option to threaten mate. Of course, you have the knight on e3. I see that. Most importantly, if you give a check on c8, let's say you go queen c8 check, I simply fall back with my bishop. Or rook d8, even better. Rook d8, even better. Absolutely.
Yeah, rook d8, I think, wins the game instantly.
Wins the game on the spot.
There's still b4, but yeah, I think this is this should be winning for black.
At least you have queen g5. At least you have queen g5 if nothing else.
True. Yeah, queen a5, queen e5, queen b6, all attractive possibilities. And probably what Ronak is calculating right now, he's trying to anticipate his opponent's move and try to get something instant in response. After queen e5, one way to keep the balance would be to play something like rook e2, Tanya. And
queen c5?
Queen
now
c5.
You give a check. Now you
now I give a check.
A king f7?
At some point, the checks are going to run out. Yeah, queen c7, there's king g8, queen c7, there's king g6. But I think there's a bailout option with queen f5, which you can perhaps start with.
He goes for queen e5, by the way. The other option we were talking about, he doesn't go for queen a5. I like this move as well because it pins the knight. You can't go knight c2 because now there's queen c5 coming in with a check. So a
But
move
what are you going to do
defending
with, against queen b4 check? This is what I'm wondering about. Queen b4 check is an important check, which is what he's played, by the way. Because the point is, the king has to come under this diagonal. You can't go to e8. There's going to be some knight c4 here. So you have to come under this diagonal, and then I'm going to give a check attacking both the queen and the rook. And you have to probably, again, move your queen here. And after queen into d3, black does have some counter options with queen. Ah, okay, I see this point. Queen g3 check, king f1, and now bishop b5, Tania. And the knight is pinned.
wow.
This is the point. But did Arjun calculate so deep when he played queen e5, or did he just miss this option with queen b4 check?
I think he perhaps, even if he missed it, he's going to see it now. Okay, let's just slow down and show this line that you just did, because it's quite a stunning line that you spotted, Sri. Queen b4, black has to sidestep on the, let's say on g8. Now queen c4, super attractive. Arjun, of course, calculating all these lines. You step over to h8, let's say, so that king h7 would run into a check. So king h8 is important. Queen takes d3. Now you're pointing out queen g3 check. And the rook on e1 is attacked. So white has to go king f1. And what a spot, bishop b5. Pinning that queen, knight c4 is impossible because the queen on d3 hangs.
Exactly, Tanya. But if you don't see this, then the most attractive option for you is to go back queen d6. If you had by chance missed this idea of queen b4 check, which looked very dangerous to me initially, which is why I preferred queen a5. But if you didn't see this, then queen d6 is a more attractive option where you fall back. You're always slightly better with black, but it's not clear. So Arjun has to decide between these two moves, but looking at the evaluation bar, it looks like king g8 is the move.
I don't believe that if he goes into an endgame, he would have too much advantage there. White's knight can find its way to f5 to c4. I maybe still slightly.
He goes for it. He goes for it. They're going for it.
And he goes rook d5. This is what Arjun misses that idea of bishop b5. He completely misses it. And instead he goes for rook d5, taking advantage that white can't take on d5 because the e1 rook is hanging. And well, this does save him a little time, but does white have time to, let's say, make a move like king
F?
King f2,
Yeah,
queen
that's
h2.
the problem.
King f2, queen h2, and king.
No. I
No,
was
king
wondering if
g2,
you
you
can
move
go
away
king
with the king.
g2.
But
Yeah,
now
you
king
move
h8.
away with the king. Yeah.
So
And
you
you
can't
can't
go
even
king
take
g2.
knight into d5 because there's some bishop d5 check, I think. He takes g
Yep.
into f6, which makes sense because you're opening up the g file against the black king. But do you still have this queen g3 check? Oh, now you have knight g2, Tania. And this rook is pinned and you don't have enough time to move your king and create threats.
No, let's not go queen g3, because this looks like, yes, knight g2 is a repetition. So after g takes f6, maybe you just take on, no, you can't take on f6. Maybe you can. Let's say g takes f6. How do you respond to that?
So here I thought I can start trying to create some threats against the king, or even go king f2, Tania. Queen h2 check, and I just try and move things around here.
What about rook e2? Rook e2 might be a move, you know, Sri, because I want to get my rook on g2. And I'm also threatening knight d5.
Oh, yes, you're also threatening knight d5. So this forces queen d4. This forces queen d4, and you don't want to do this as black. This is the last thing you want to do. I think Ronak's managing to save this one.
I mean, if I trade queens, I think white would be very happy with that.
Yeah, white would be very happy with that, and it would really swing the momentum of the game completely.
1.5 minutes to Arjun.
I think this is really, really interesting. But yeah, Arvind has won his game against Surya. Just an update. We don't have to go to that game, but Arvind has won. And the finish looks very pretty. So we should have a look at that at some point.
No, let's definitely do that once this one's over. But let's stay with the live action, because Ronak down to 17 seconds, creating chaos on the board with his last move, g takes f6. And Arjun taking his time to recapture. He goes for queen g3 check, and your move knight g2. I absolutely loved this for white, because now the rook has opened up. It's defended. The knight, we know, is not just a strong attacker, but it's also a very good defender for the king. It takes care of all checks, all key squares from the g2 spot. And now how is black continuing? Because does he want to just go g takes f6 now?
Oh, Abhijit Gupta is in the chat.
Abhijit, join us. Oh, he's got a game to play. I keep forgetting that he's got a game to play. I was going to say, Abhijit, join us. Because this is such a fun position. After G takes F6, I think White has the option to go Rook D1 and taking advantage of that pin.
Yes, Rook D1, you can play Rook E3 and repel the queen away. He goes for Rook E3, in fact. He goes for Rook E3. And now I think the game has balanced out, Tanya. I don't think Arjun's in the driver's seat anymore. There was such a thin margin of error. And once Arjun did that with Rook D5, the game has swung again.
Tanmay say something interesting in chat. Arjun is India's answer to Nepo, and Abhimanyu is more Dubovian in his play, I feel. Very interesting, actually. I see where that comes from. Even I think Abhimanyu also has a very Dubov-esque style.
Makes sense, makes sense. Now, knight f4 in there, Tanya, and it looks very dangerous for black. King h7. Knight f4 would be Rook d2 check.
So he goes Rook g3. I prefer that. I think you get your Rook on this file, hit the Queen, and
Queen
watch out
e7
now where
now?
you go, because Queen g4. Queen g4 if Queen e7.
So he goes Queen f7. He keeps his important squares protected, but this comes in the pin. But you can't move the knight because of Rook d2 check, so that pin is okay for now. Black can't really create threats. Queen to e4 check. F5 instantly played. Queen f4 taking control of the d2 square, and he's created new squares to enter into in black's position.
And the momentum has shifted. It has shifted to Ronak. He's creating pressure against black's king. That knight on g2, a perfect defender. And look at the clock situation. It's Arjun who's down on the clock now.
Absolutely, Tanya. The momentum has shifted. Queen f6 with the idea of Rook to d4 here. And once again, Ronak cannot move his knight. This is such a big handicap. Do you think he'll just continue with Rook g5 here? And he goes for knight e3. He goes for knight e3. Rook d2 check. He just wants to put his king on h3.
And he's saying that it's absolutely safe there. Meanwhile, the f5 pawn is under fire. But the thing is, once your king is on h3, you're never grabbing f5 because that opens up the diagonal, and bishop d7 would be a pin.
But do you think it's going to liquidate after Rook d4, Queen f5 takes, and now some Rook d2 check, Tanya?
It might. It's been a roller coaster of a game, and maybe this is the way it goes, because after Queen f5, and it looks like it's a forced move. No, you don't have an option. You have to go Queen f5 because h4 is hanging.
Yeah, you have to go Queen f5, Queen into f5, knight into f5, and now Rook d2 check. And maybe the king has to go to g1 now, because King h3, there's some bishop d7, which can also be okay, but it looks pretty dangerous with the king so nearby. So King g1 played in the game, and now after Rook into a2, once again, I think black has no danger here because he has the bishop, and white also shouldn't have a lot of danger unless he tries to overpress here, which I don't think Ronak would do.
I think after all the ups and downs and the twists and turns and the chaotic sequence of moves we saw, this has diluted to an endgame that seems pretty even now. White has got these weaknesses, but I don't feel it will be enough because yes, you can target it with Rook b2, Bishop d5, but once again, Ronak continuing with his own threats. I just don't think he'll give black the time to make the most. Now even Rook e5 with the idea of Rook e7 and picking up the b pawn.
Bishop g8, the safest square for the bishop, and you very suggesting Rook e5 right here, Tanya?
I was thinking of Rook e5 or Rook c5. A little torn between the two. I like both, but let's say Rook e5, not Rook d5.
Rook d5.
Sure. And maybe if you have to try, then you... I was thinking of going b5, but okay. Here, Rook c7 check.
King h8.
Ooh, this is getting tricky now, no? Okay, let's say...
No, but I think black really has no danger.
Knight
here.
f3? No, let's just go back. I want to show a nice little trick there.
Knight f3.
Rook d3.
Yeah.
Knight e5. Rook b3.
You want to come to g6.
Rook b3 and knight g6 checkmate. But none of that happened. And the game finally
ended in a draw.
Crazy game, Sri. Crazy game.
Yeah, crazy game. I think Arjun had the better of it for most parts, but I think this was the critical point, Tanya, when he played his rook to d5. And here, if he had found king h8, queen into d3, queen g3 check, king f1, bishop b5, which I think was also pointed out by Abhijit in the chat. I saw it later, but it was also pointed out by him. Now I think he had his chances, and then he would have been in a driver's seat. But after rook d5, Ronak found this move g into f6 with only 7 seconds remaining, and this helped him save this game. And a very important result for Ronak, because he had lost the previous game, and you don't want to get into that momentum with 2 losses in a row. And the field is totally open with Nihal and Arvind. Nihal drew his game, a very quiet game with the white pieces against Harsha Bartakoti. And Arvind, what a beautiful win. But you want to focus on the live action between Mitraba and Ghosh. We have one more game which is going on right now, the live game.
Yeah, let's take a look at this really quickly. And I think it's just hard to imagine any other result except a draw here. And that's simply because White's king is never going to find a way to enter. Black is just going to go king f6, king e7. I don't really see a way for White to make any progress here.
Completely agree with you. And there's also this knight e6 check if he requires, like the king on f6, and then knight e6 check and go back if the king threatens to come to e5. And there is no path for the white king. It's not even like Nashik where there's a path.
Or where there isn't a path. It is actually like Nashik, where you have no path.
I was trying to be nice.
Sri, being nice doesn't suit you, but I think we can say that this position is it's unbreakable. And with that, this will probably end in a draw. Because we don't get time between games, I want to take a look at how Arvind actually won, because that's a very key game for our standings. And it looked like it was a beautiful finish, you pointed out. So take us through the last couple of moves.
Tania, we were around this point after queen f5, queen d4, rook e5, quickly taking through this point, because it turned into a race between the c pawn and the e pawn. Gangs decided to invest all in a c pawn. He went c6, takes, bishop into a3, rook c4, attacking the pawns and taking his rook out of the fire. e3, rook f1, queen e6, rook into a4. He takes out one of the dangerous passes. So it's the contest between the c versus the e pawn now. Bishop f8, c7, rook b5, attacking this rook, and the rook suddenly has no square. So Surya had to get into this ugly tangle with rook e6, and from here on, Arvind powerfully took over the game. And this c7 pawn is well defended, but after e2, rook e1, rook b1, the e pawn, White simply had no answers to Black's questions. This b6 bishop under fire, rook on e1 under fire, rook on a6, condemned to defend this b6 bishop. The queen on d4 overloaded, can't do everything. And Surya tried to defend with queen f2 here, but I think this was the point. e2, rook e1, rook b1, the beautiful point of this game. And the picturesque position of Arvind's pieces working in harmony and Surya's pieces in disharmony and overloaded. The game continued on with queen f2, rook into e1, queen into e1. And maybe at this point, chat can guess how Black won the game. The final moves. Although they can, the final moves. You can't see the live board. So you can try and guess how Black finished this game off.
The final nail on the coffin. It might not be the only way, but definitely the most precise way. So Black to play here, chat. Channel your inner Arvind, and how do you finish the game off? Let's see if chat gets it right. Meanwhile, I see Nihal. Well done. He's found it. Well, Nihal channeling his inner Nihal with precision here.
Nihal is in
chat.
chat.
Well, Nihal Bablu is in chat. Nihal Serene has still got a game to play, the next one. And Shubham, well done as well. Bishop b4 is, I think, the fastest way to victory. Dejan pointed out check with the bishop on c5, and I think that's also a strong move and probably ends up with a winning position, taking advantage of the pin. But bishop b4, you've got to play this move when you find it. Hitting that queen b4 leads to queening, and in the game, Gangs tried the very final trick after bishop b4, played the move bishop a5, attacking Black's queen, but now you come in with a check on e3, queen e3, and after queen f2, e1 queens, and it is all game over. So well done, chat, on finding this. Meanwhile, the only live game that we had remaining, White did find a little bit of a breakthrough. White managed to play h5 there, but does this help the position?
I don't think by a large bit, Tania, because now you have two entry points, the h5 point and the e5 point. Whenever the white king goes to h4, black king defends with g6, and here's this 2 squares for the patrol duty. He can maintain on h6, g6, h6, g6, h6, g6. And then when the white king goes towards d4, then you keep the king on f6 and give an id6 check. So again, you have e6, f6, e6, f6, and you can't create a zugzwang because black has this 2 options at his disposal. But that will still not prevent Mitraba from keeping on moving his pieces and trying in the battle between 2 players from West Bengal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to end in a draw very soon, which actually means it's been quite a fun round, no? With the standings. I'm actually very curious to see our standings as soon as possible going into round 3. We'll have that up on our screens as soon as it's ready. And there it is. Of course, we've got one more game going on, but Abhimanyu on fire. He's got 20 points. And Symphonic Knight mentioning in our chat, Puranik, another dark horse, but he has played one more game, so the lead is a bit of an illusion. But I have to say, I mean, Abhimanyu, it's the kind of chess he's playing. It's so difficult to deal with when you're playing a 15 minutes with a 10-second increment format.
Absolutely. And the chess he plays, the speed he brings in, and the enthusiasm that he's showing. And he's also a very momentum-based player, Tania. So when he wins, he usually keeps winning a few games in a row. And he looks on course. Of course, he has some major challenges coming up his way. He has to play against Arvind. He has to play against Arjun. But yes, he's in a winning momentum, and he has won 2 games in a row. And I think 2 games in a row is like the start of really positive momentum. So he's definitely one of the contenders out there. And aside from Abhimanyu, Nihal has been super solid. But look at Arvind. He's had all these amazing wins, and he hasn't played these players at 13, 14, and 15.
So he's actually got the lower rated players. He's playing Vantika next. Who is he playing next?
His next opponents are Abhijit Gupta, and he has a game against Abhimanyu Puranik in 12th round. That will be the highlight. But in the last round, he plays Vantika with the white pieces. So and Vishak with the black pieces in the 14th round. And both of these players have been finding it difficult to find their feet here. So he will look to continue his momentum and carry it on against Abhijit. And I think he's pretty much up there.
Meanwhile, Nihal for the day, he's got 2 games coming up, and he's going to be playing Diptyan and Aradhya. So Nihal needs to go on full score mode. He needs to make sure that he keeps those points coming in.
And I think this has been one of the major challenges for Nihal in this format in general. He's very solid, very reliable. You can have him as your champion if you're in a trial of combat. But this draws the solid approach, not the most helpful in the Champion Chess Tour.
All right, we've got action coming up very soon. Well, we still have this game going. The players are trying, and I think this is going to be a repetition right about now. Bishop e2, and black having a little think before deciding to go king e7, and bishop d3 will seal the game. This one will end in a draw, and we're going to have the next game starting very soon. Sri, should we make a quick break and be right back with the next game action?
Yes, Tania, let's get in for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only a butt slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Now.
Hello,
Welcome
everyone.
back.
And
You go, Tania.
no, I was just gonna say that we've had so many turnarounds, especially with Ronak suffering a loss in game 1 and the field opening up, Arjun losing to Nihal. There have been some amazing results, and it just leaves a very unclear position at the top of our leaderboard. And we're gonna get into the action. As I can see, it's already hot fire on this board. But first, really quickly, let's bring up our standings going into the next round. These are the pairings first, and these are the standings next. This is where we are. Abhimanyu leading the pack with 20 points, Nihal, Serene, and Arvind, and Leon. You know what, Sri? We completely forgot about Leon. He sneaked up on the leaderboard and currently on joint second place with 19 points. Ronak Sadhwani slipping down to 5th position at 18 points. And there we see a big gap between Ronak and Arjun. It's a 3-point gap, but don't forget that every win counts for 3 points. So still anything can happen. A very important round coming up. Sri, the action has started. Let's do a quick opening tour, and let's start with Gang's position against Arjun. Arjun with the white pieces. And this is what we have. Let's take it from the top. It's what is going on here? White already has a pawn on g5. How did it get there?
Can you guess the opening where this came from, Tania?
You
You
know
have
him
three
too well,
guesses.
so you know him too well. So I'm pretty sure your guess is going to be on point. But I think it'll be more fun if I guess the opening.
Yeah, I was going for you. I was asking
Oh.
you if you can guess. And chat
Oh,
can
I
also
thought
try and guess what opening it's from.
You know what, chat? This is not a London. This is not an Arjun's London opening. This is a tough one. Did this transpose into some kind of a French?
I'm really sorry, Tanya. I'm really sorry to break the bubble, but it was London. And that's exactly why I started with this question.
Oh,
but it
God,
came
chat,
from a
I'm sorry about that.
slightly different move order. D4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, and you started with c3. You remember how yesterday I told you about when you start with bishop f4, black has this move c5 and a relatively new move which really equalizes things. So one way to counteract it is by starting with c3. And this move order of London was also prescribed in the lifetime repertoire London by Lee Kwang Liem on Chessable. So c3 is the move order, and there are a lot of these little subtleties in these side systems like London and the Jabava London, which is what makes them such an effective opening in these formats. Started with c3 forcing e6, and now bishop f4, c5, e3, and now this is a different position from we have forced black to play e6 as white. And black can get this c5 knight c6 queen b6 setup, which is also recommended by Surya in his course, the Semi-Tarash, where he covers all the different sidelines. It's a lifetime repertoire. Bishop f4, e3, knight d2, the typical London stuff. We are in this one of mainstream London positions. Takes, knight h5, bishop e3, bishop d6, all of this theory, which Arjun plays a bit with the black himself. And now knight to e5, attacking the knight, pawn to g6, defending the knight. And Arjun starts off with g4 and f4, which gains a lot of space on this side, Tania, but it also grievously weakens the e4 square. So black just went h5, gaining a bit of control so he doesn't get too bogged down. And after g5, the square f5, e4, all weaknesses, the knights are delighted to get them. He starts with the knight to g8, the knight goes to e7, and then this knight comes to f5, and the other knight joins his knight on e7. So we had this beautiful maneuver regrouping by Surya, and black's position is totally okay here. A4, A5, and the only problem for black is this bishop, which is behind the pawns, which can be addressed with b6, bishop a6, but Arjun goes queen e2, preventing it, nipping it in the bud, and bringing a new piece into the game. But the problem for white, he doesn't really have any options to get his pieces into the squares, which are weaknesses. Knight cannot go to f6, it's going to go to anywhere near black's king, which is why h5 was such an important move before white played g5, because if you did that after, then white had the option to en passant and get his bishop onto the vulnerable dark squares. So good game by Surya so far, and I think he has a nice position out of the opening.
I think a very interesting position, and this is exactly what both these players need, right? They need a position where they're fighting for 3 results. As we can see, all the pieces are still on the board. Just a pair of pawns has been traded off. So definitely guarantees a rich middle game. Now, bishop b5, queen e2. Let's just point out that this does stop black from going bishop a6, solving the problem of that bad bishop that you were talking about. It also takes control of the e8 square for the rook. So the rook on f8 is still stuck there. The move that comes to my mind with such limited space for black would be something like queen c7. It's simply saying that, you know what, I need to continue with my development. I don't have so many squares, but I want to go bishop b7 next, maybe free up my rook at some point. And where is your play? Because yes, white has more space, but this knight f5, knight e7 is a beautiful bind. You pointed out a very key fact that white has no way to enter the dark squared weaknesses. f6 and h6 are out of reach for white. Meanwhile,
but you have to be careful, Tanya. If you move this bishop, there is an avenue to enter. You have to be careful
you have to go
if you
rook
do
d8
move the
before
bishop.
you do that. So you can't
Yes.
allow that. And I think black at some point can try and maneuver his own knights to e4 and f5. Right now we see these two knights e7, f5, right? They're fighting for the same square. But there's so many dynamics here because if the e7 knight moves, white's knight from e5 will jump to c6. So it's sort of a very balanced position. His last move, rook a7, I think he wants to come to c7. He just says that's how he wants to develop the rook. Go rook c7, try and bring out the bishop at some point so that white can't go knight d7 anymore. It's just a position that is going to continue to develop for a long time. And he goes rook b1. Does he want to play b4 next?
Yes, I think he wants to play b4 and create the a passer, Tanya, but I think you're totally on point. This is going to be a long and protracted struggle, and it's going to go on for a while. And so far, this tournament hasn't been Arjun's tournament. Despite that, he has been impressive. He has managed to win several games in a row, but it just hasn't gone his way. He hasn't been able to convert his chances. And the person who has been able to set the tournament on fire, apart from Abhimanyu, is Arvind, who seems to once again have the position on fire against Abhijit Gupta.
I just want to, before we move to that, I just want to point out this last move. Very interesting strategic play by Surya. We were talking about the knight e7, knight f5 fighting for the same spot. And I think with bishop d6, what he's aiming at is getting that knight back to d6, bringing that knight to e4, which will now also attack the c3 pawn. Also note that move rook a7. Suddenly rook c7 will hit that target on c3. So some really nice play by black here.
Really nice play by black, and he's not going to take this and allow the a pawn. So he's going to keep it here, and I don't see anything immediate happening for white here. And this has been the trend in the recent games, Tanya. Arjun tries to create some kind of chaos in the opening. Surya balances it out, neutralizes it, and it has been a draw the last 2 times that they have played. But let's see if it's any different this time.
All right, let's move on to some of our other key games. One of them being, of course, Nihal's matchup against Diptyan. Nihal has gone on the leaderboard and is currently on 2nd position. Let's take it from the top, see how we got here, and then we'll take it from there.
It started with 1 d4. Diptyan's main move, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. We have this typical QGD tabia, Tanya, and no prizes for guessing once again what Nihal played. It worked for him against Arjun, and he stuck to it. He went h6. And in the Arjun game, he took c into d5, setting that pawn structure. Diptyan chooses not to do that. He goes bishop f4. But either way, one of the points of h6 is to wait for the bishop to come to f4, and then you go bishop d6 and trade off those bishops. And Nihal managed to get that out of the way and short castle, rook c1, queen e7, queen b3. And now he shows us his wonderful versatility in being able to play different setups, different pawn structures, different positions. He goes for c6, a more semi-Slav structure, not in the QGD anymore. But out here, what black does is he prepares for d into c4 and tries to get b5, a6, and then later c5. So pawn to c6, bishop e2, knight bd7, short castle, and now he goes for it, d into c4, bishop into c4, and he'll want to try and get b5 and this idea, or to break with e5. Either of these two ideas work in these types of positions.
Yeah, and I think it's very key to first let white develop and waste a move with the bishop before you capture on c4. And that's what we saw, that once white had played bishop e2, then only he takes on c4. So wasting white's move. I really like the concept of going e5 as well in these positions, because very often with b5, you have to be really sure that you get c5 in. If after b5 you don't get c5 in, then c6 is a massive weakness. So for example, after b5, bishop e2, you still have to waste a move. You've got to go a6 first to defend the pawn. And now white has these additional options to maybe strike in the center with e4, to meet e5 with d5 or with e5. So it just feels a little bit slow to me. Of course, these are the two plans, and I'm expecting e5 on the board.
Yes, but Tanya, you have to be very careful when you make a move like e5 as well, because it weakens these squares f5 and g6 in a very dangerous way. And often when you're not well developed, which black is not in this position, it can get worse very quickly with a simple move like this e5. And here, even if something like d5, white is a bit better developed in these positions. And there are also options like knight h4 in the hand, which look dangerous to me for black. So I think it's a difficult decision for Nihal here, and the reason why he's been spending considerable time.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about what plans to go, whether to try for the c5 break or the e5 break, or to start with b5. We'll come back to this game. Let's take a look at the Arvind board. Now, Abhimanyu, who is at the top of the leaderboard, actually plays Gukesh in this round. So he doesn't have a game right now. So he's taking a rest. Arvind is the other player who's been super impressive and again fighting for the top spot. So very important game for our leaderboard, especially because Abhijit has been so off form. So Arvind with the white pieces looking at scoring a point, and we can see that at least our Ebal bar seems to say that he's well on his way to do that. Why is Abhijit down a piece?
Why is Abhijit down a piece? Let's take it from the start, Tanya. Arvind started with 1e4, c5, and here he goes for this once again super interesting setup, which was sent to Magnus by a fan mail. Knight c3, d6, and here the popular moves have been f4, g3, and these kind of moves for a really long time. But this idea with d4, c into d4, queen into d4, this was sent to Magnus by a fan mail. And Peter Heine Nielsen picked it up from the email. And at first they thought, oh, what is this? And then they found out that this is a variation with some real potency. And Magnus went on to play it and won a beautiful game against Wojciech. It's a very interesting setup for white here. You go with the queen to d4, and then after
they have no idea who sent it, who the fan mail is from.
I think they know who it is. I think they know who it is. I don't remember, but it's documented and written on somewhere.
Wow.
But yeah.
So the name reveal has happened, or the name reveal hasn't happened?
I think the name reveal has happened. This happened a really long time ago, about 5 years ago, but I don't remember the name. But it came by email, and this guy was like, this is a nice idea, but if I play it, I'm going to mess it up. But if Magnus plays, he's going to score a point. So I want Magnus to play this.
Yeah. That's actually such a cool story. So let's continue with the game and get to our live position.
Yes, knight to f6, b3, because you want to pull the queen to d2 and bishop to b2, g6, bishop b2, bishop g7. Black doesn't play knight c6, although that's the main move. And the mainline theory here goes with knight to c6, queen to d2, g6, b3, and here black has bishop h6 or bishop g7. Some very complex lines out here, Tanya, and a bit of complicated theory has developed here. But Abhijit refrains from putting his knight to c6, but these positions generally always favoring white a bit objectively. So queen d2, knight by d7, f3, a6, g4, b5, and this is the point when Arvind tried to get his knight to d4. So he started with the knight e2, knight e5, and now g5. And here, Abhijit had a choice. He could either sacrifice a piece with knight into f3, or he could just move his knight to h5 or d7. But this is worse for black because white is getting his attack much faster than black. The pawns are moving much faster. So this is a bit worse. And Abhijit chose to go for it. He gave up his piece with knight into f3, queen f4, knight into g5, queen into g5 for 2 pawns and a bit of piece activity with knight g4. But I think this piece activity is a bit illusory in nature, and it was not a great judgment call by Abhijit in hindsight. And white just prevented knight f2 threats with queen h4. The queen had safe haven on e1, and now he started consolidating his position with bishop h3, king b1, and now the knight coming to f4 and later to d5. So at the end of 20 moves here, white is just a piece up. White is clearly better, and I don't think black has enough compensation to justify for the piece sacrificed.
And this is exactly what Arvind needs, no? Right now, just to get this kind of position, you've got an extra piece, you're in driving seat, not that much of a clear compensation for black. And Abhijit Gupta once more in trouble. But of course, there's still work to be done. We'll see if Arvind shows the precise technique he needs to convert this. Meanwhile, let's just continue with our action and let's head back to Ronak's game. Ronak against Harsha. Now, these are the four players who are right at the top of our leaderboard. So we need to make sure, we need to keep an eye out on their games. And Ronak, of course, he's had a bit of a shaky start today. What do we make of this position that he's on? He's playing with the black pieces. The first feeling is that white has got more activity. It's a very symmetrical position. The pawn structure is the same, but let's compare the minor pieces. White's bishop on b3, targeting that f7 pawn. White has got the control of the e file so far. Not very easy for black to go rook e8, letting that f7 pawn, leaving that f7 pawn as a weakness. Black somewhat seems a little behind in development. And I think that's the reason why our eval bar seems to think that white just has better coordination and therefore is slightly better in the position.
Yes, Tania, slightly better activity, slightly better coordination. And I was curious to see how we even got here, because this came off a very solid and unambitious opening for white. It started with this bishop c4 stuff where white plays d4 and e5. And for a long time, this is known to be totally okay for black. And after short castle, I believe the move here is d5 right away, or actually you start with d5 here, right? Or do you start with knight e4? I don't exactly remember.
I think d5, no? I think d5 here. But I think
I think you start with
knight
d5.
e4 is an option as well.
Yeah, knight e4 is an option as well, but the lesser known option, and very curious choice by Harsha to play such an opening at this level, because it is known not to give much for white, but Ronak going with a slightly offbeat approach, the second main line. And after this point, into d6, knight into d6, bishop d5, I think here already white was getting a little bit of pressure on black's position. And going all the way towards the live position, he's able to keep up that pressure because black just doesn't have enough space to bring out some of his pieces. And again, these type of symmetrical positions where everything else is equal, and you have something slightly better, you have a very big advantage.
All right, rook e8 played. I think that was the most natural response. You've got the option now that the bishop on b3 is blocked. You don't have to think about stuff on f7. You try to trade off pieces, but I don't think it really solves all problems. Let's say white, I don't think queen g4 is a good idea. Tempting, but not a good idea, because there will be some jump with the knight. Maybe knight to d4 is one option, or knight e3. I'm not really sure, but I don't think white has the time to go knight f6 because the queen on g4 is under attack.
Completely right, Tania. White doesn't have time to go knight f6, and queen g4, although tempting, loses control of things. So he just goes queen d3. White needs to keep control. Control is what he has superiority over in this position, and he has to keep control. And for Ronak, he has to try and make something like bishop e6 work here. But the thing is, when you go bishop e6, it feels like you're losing something as black here. Let's say you have to be fast as white. You don't want to let black get his pieces out and exchange everything. So I think after bishop e6, you need to take something like g4 seriously. Harass this knight, push it back, and then you hit on e6, and this position is better for white because the e6 pawn would be loose. So I think black has to try and get something like bishop e6, but it's not so easy to execute it.
And the thing is, yeah, lines like G4, they're very concrete, but even just the position, right? Even if white doesn't take these drastic steps and makes improving moves like rook a d1, moves like h3, it just feels that white still keeps some pressure on. And it's not easy for black because if you trade on d5, after queen takes d5, once again, the problem of f7 is a real issue. So G4 might be working and it might be super strong, but just the position itself is easier to play with white. You go rook d1, you make these small improving moves, you make a move like h3, and black is just running out of ways to coordinate his pieces. I really like Harsha's position, and it does look like Ronak could be in trouble in this one.
True. And talking about trouble, Tania, I think a couple of important games. Deeptan seems to be in massive trouble against Nihal in one of the important games of this round, Tania. Deeptan played his knight to e4 here. Nihal played his pawn to c5. And I think Deeptan's eyes lit up here and he was like, oh my God, there's a pin on this file. So I'm going to take knight into c5, I'm going to take this pawn. And maybe he calculated bishop into f3 and knight into d7 and these variations where he takes on f6 with a check. But what he probably missed was the option for...
Oh, I was just about to say, let's ask chat what happens after knight c5. But this is a really interesting, a very nice intermediate move. Bishop d5 taking advantage that the queen on b3 is hanging.
Yes, and it's a massive advantage for Nihal. He's up by a queen, and it would be such a big step towards the tournament if he manages to win this game. And I think Nihal has been the one person who has managed to stay solid. He hasn't had too many massive winning streaks, but he has also not been in danger in a single game. And he's been so safe and reliable in this tournament so far.
Wow, so this looks like Nihal has got a free hand now. Of course, it's not over till it's over, but once again, Nihal with, well, close to a winning position. He's got a queen for just 2 pieces. Requires a bit of technique. I don't see that being too hard for him. He's also got 10 minutes on the clock. Let's continue and see what is happening on some of the other boards. Now, Leon Mendoca is another player who sneaked up the leaderboard. So let's take a look at his position. He's playing against Vantika. Well, definitely a target here. And Leon looking to score a big point if he can. But once again, you just can't underestimate Vantika. She's putting up such great resistance round after round. I look at her position, the eval bar might say it's equal, but I actually like white's position here. You've got this queen on b3, it's attacking the b7 pawn. If you push that pawn, c6 is a forever weakness. Black's queen on h2, a bit stuck there. And yes, you have an extra pawn, but it just feels that the 2 bishops and this pressure on b7 more than compensates for it.
Completely agree with you, Tania. I think also, white has some serious pressure.
See, I just spotted a little trick that black needs to watch out for. For example, if you play b5, here suddenly comes out of... Let's ask chat actually what they think about this. Should we ask chat?
Exactly. I was going towards it. I was going to ask chat about it. Meanwhile, Tania, Leon has won his last 4 games in a row. He's had 4 consecutive wins. And I think this is the kind of streak I've grown to see in the Indian Chess Tour. People, they have these streaks of wins and they have these occasional streaks of losses. And it's very rare that someone has, had a balanced tournament where he just completely dominates with wins and draws. But Nihal's doing it in his own style here. And Leon, once again, going down to 3 minutes. It's been less than 20 moves now, but he's really down on time. But he's managed to keep the position complex. And I think that's
spots it, by the way. Daria spots it, well done. But after b5, there's bishop takes a5. It's a tactical trick. And after rook a5, there will be the option, you will have the option to go queen b4 and pick up the rook. So the bishop on a5 is actually cannot be picked up. So there were all these tactical motives in the position. Leon decides to go rook b8, saying you can take bishop a5, but at least I keep my pawn structure better. At least the c6 pawn is defended. And now maybe he can go knight f1, rook f1, and pick up the pawn on g2.
Which pawn though, Tanya? Which pawn? Do you take the pawn on g2 or do you take the other pawn on d4?
You know, to be honest, it took me a while to understand what you meant by which pawn. And now I see that there is another nasty threat, which is queen f4 and queen takes d4, which is also a very important pawn because it breaks white's center. And then suddenly the e5 pawn falls as well.
Yes, the e5 pawn is hanging, and you also give options of the knight coming into the game, knight c5, knight d3, and related threats. So this is certainly an option worthy of consideration. I'm not sure if it's a good option because it can open up some options for white as well, but it's certainly worthy of consideration and something to take note of. But yeah, black has these kind of options, Tanya. He has these options where white's pawns are falling loose and his pieces in positions to be able to take advantage of that.
Wow.
And I think that is the reason why the position is about equalish or, you know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Definitely a fight, but take a look at Arvind's last move. We have to jump
I
to
know,
that because
I saw that exactly. I saw it. I think we saw that in the same moment. Bishop e6. What a move! What a crushing move!
It's a crushing move, but let's ask our chat because I'm also getting hold of this position. What happens if black accepts this? After f takes e6, what is the follow-up here? And this is just very interesting. Let's have f e6 on the board because this is the most critical line that we need to look at. And chat, how does white continue with all the initiative? This is amazing. And of course, knight e6 is the way. But I want to see if chat can actually calculate a couple of moves and tell us a line ahead. For example, after knight e6, let's say the queen moves.
Yeah, queen moves to c8, the queen moves to b8.
Yeah, let's say
that's
c8.
And the third option is on d7. I think d7 is the most likely one, Tanya. What do you think?
Let's
skipped my mind, actually. Do you want to put the position, knight e6, queen d7, and predict white's smoother?
Let's do it. Knight e6. And what would have happened had he gone queen d7 defending that e7 pawn? Very interesting stuff here. So what was the idea, Sri? I'm also trying to think about it. And I think I see it. Do you see the trick?
I see a win for white here, Tanya, but I'm not sure if we are seeing the same one. But I think we probably are because it's
the same one.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we are seeing the same one.
Let's see if chat gets it. Chat, what is the combination here? It's not as easy. I want to see a little bit of a line. Somebody in chat has answered, but not one move. What is the idea? What's the follow-up? It's all about the follow-up.
Meanwhile, Tanya, a quick update. Nihal has managed to win against Deeptan. A big win there for Nihal against a super solid guy with the black pieces, and with that, Nihal moves to the top of the standings. And Arvind would catch up with him if he wins this. And quite a few people in the chat coming up with some really impressive answers, which even I didn't see, Tanya.
Oh, really? And now I'm curious to see what was your idea. Well, I do see some of the answers here as well, and maybe we can show them. Sri, okay, let's go one move at a time. Okay, at the count of 3, you have to say your first move. I'll say my first move as well. Okay?
Sure.
Okay,
3,
so
2,
chat,
1.
let's see how many of you. Wait, no. We have to also tell chat to see who got it right. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Knight g7.
Knight into g7.
Okay, let's go. So knight g7, 3 and I had the
I
same
think knight into g7 was the move, Tanya, but after king into g7, now is the question. What was the move that you had in mind right now? Because I can tell you what was my move initially, and it was not the best move, I think. Once I looked at my chat, I understood, wow, there is something.
Mine was the best move. Mine was the best move for sure. I have full confidence in my move.
Which one? Which one was that?
Okay, on 3, 2, 1, let's say it. Okay, you tell me yours, I'll tell you mine. Okay?
Sure.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Bishop e5.
Knight b6.
Oh, I wanted to go bishop e5 and knight f6 is what I wanted.
Tanya, we are both greedy. I think it's Vidit's influence on day 1.
I lost you.
But
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
You can't. You're frozen on my screen, by the way.
I can't hear you.
Chat, can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? I think Tania, it's your internet connection. You're frozen here. But guys, there is this remarkable move here, I think, for white, which I just saw after looking. Tania, are you back?
I'm back.
So were you not able to hear me, or were you pretending to not hear me because
No,
because I called you
swear
greedy?
I couldn't. You called me what?
Greedy.
Greedy? Why did you call me? Why is it greedy? Wait, what is the right answer here? And is bishop e5 your move?
I think bishop e5 wins, Tania, and it wins very convincingly. You're going for the mate, but there's also another super spectacular move here, which was, again, credits to the chat, especially shout out to Abhay from the chat, Abhay Bandevar. Rook f7 check.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a stunner. You know what? That's stronger than bishop e5, knight f6.
The point, king into f7, queen h7 check. And now if the king goes to f8, then there is rook f1 check. And if the king goes to e6, then after knight f4, king f6, we have this super pretty checkmate with queen into g6.
Okay, that is a stunner. Sri, that's stronger than what you and I saw.
For sure, it's stronger than what I saw. Although what you saw, it's still checkmate, Tania. It's still checkmate because you're attacking the queen and
But it's not as pretty.
Yes, it's not as pretty. And I was just going for the exchange with knight b6.
You're greedy, not me then. You just wanted the material. At least we were going for the mate.
I just spent more years with it.
That's true. It's the VD influence. All right, rook f7, king f7. Beautiful line there. Let's come back to our live board because, of course, bishop on e6 was not accepted because of all these attacking motives. Instead, bishop d5 happened.
And it's not still clear, Tania, because Arvind is down to his last minute, only 30 seconds remaining. And that doesn't seem to be a clear way to win here. When you don't have a clear way to win, it gets really confusing and so easy to lose your way. How do you continue as white in this position? You have only 30 seconds to make a move. What's the initial... for example, I would think of something like queen f4. He goes knight to g5. He attacks the h7 pawn, but I can defend it with h6. And then what do you do?
You know, the, bishop e5 is also very tempting here. I don't know if it's a good option or not, but no, it's not a good option. Yeah, you take on g5. Let's just show that. Bishop e5 actually runs into h takes g5.
Yeah, h takes g5, and it can still be dangerous in some situations. But here, I think black is in time to prevent every threat here.
I think after being a piece up, you really don't want to go into a position where you're a piece down.
Unless you're checkmating
on
instantly.
The board and he comes back knight e6. Also makes sense. You've provoked some weaknesses. Queen b5 played, attacking the rook on f1 and the pawn on d5. Does white have time to make a move like queen f4 now? Queen f4, and the idea is that after queen takes d5, there's bishop e5. And you can't take on e5 because of queen f7. So you have to.
But I can take on e6.
Yeah, you have to take queen e6. And this sort of keeps everything under control for black.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the way white loses control in these types of situations, Tania, because once you lose the e6 knight and the d5 pawn, you lose all your advantage, and white is down by a pawn and he will be down by another pawn. So rook g1, a very strong move, hitting the g6 point and making sure all his resources stay intact. Also, you want to keep the option of queen into e7 in case of queen into d5. And this is pretty deadly and effective. With queen b5, white was attacking the rook. So you just play rook to g1, don't move the queen on h4, which is doing a pretty good job attacking the e7 point. But instead rook to g1. And again, I think this is amazingly precise play with 30 seconds. And something you're not used to seeing from people back in the times, you know. I think this is one of the biggest improvements in recent times in modern chess, how well people play with less time. This was not common, at least this was not common in amongst the Indian top players back in the time, with the exception of Vishy. And I think at a global level as well, there's been large-scale improvement in how well they play with 30 seconds.
Wow. And I'm looking at if black has the option after rook g1, because it's a strong move, definitely. I really like it. Queen e7. First, I was considering the option of g5. and trying to hit that queen, stop you from hitting on e7. And of course, black has to be super careful about knight takes g5 here. But you know what, Sri, I don't think the line is over just yet. Yes, if you take g5, knight takes g5, at g5, queen g5, this is lost for black because you can't defend the g7 mate. But after knight takes g5, black might have this really strong intermediate move, rook to f8. If it works, it's strong. If it doesn't work, black loses on the spot. And suddenly, I'm threatening rook f1. And rook f1 is a freaking nasty threat on the board. For example, if you go knight e6, I think you might be lost after rook f1.
That's a very good point, Tanya. This
Rook
is a
f1,
really
rook f1,
strong
queen f.
defense.
I don't know if it's lost actually because you still have bishop c1.
Yes, but if you have neutralized
Knight
the attack,
f3.
I think you have already won.
Knight f3 and knight f3, knight d2, and I think that's game over.
The variation still goes on, right? Queen f4 and these moves. But I think if you have neutralized the attack, you already won. And even something like queen f6 here is nice for black.
He did go for g5. He did go for g5, and white did not take knight g5. So perhaps rook f8 was a real threat in that position. Instead, white sidestepped with queen e4, a simple move keeping everything under control. Really nice calculation there. And queen comes back to e8. And now Arvind keeping the momentum, trying to open up, just forcefully open up black's king on g8 with h4. Unfortunately, black can't go g4 because after g4, you'll take on e5 and you'll take on g4.
Oh, yes. Also,
rook g4, as you were pointing out, is super strong.
Yeah, white has a range of wins after h4, and now Abhijit is really low on time. And I don't think he's going to survive this one, Tanya. He plays queen to h5. I'll go h into g5, I'll open up the g file, and eventually there's g7. I think the key moment, Tanya, the key thing in this position was keeping this knight on e6. And when we reached this position, this maneuver with knight g5 and knight e6 was incredibly precise with less time. Knight f3, a very tricky move, attacking the g1 rook as well as threatening knight d2 check. But I think you can just take the bishop on g7 here, and Arvind takes that, and there's the option of queen e6 check. So white is just a piece up.
Yeah, knight d2, you move your king, give the queen, take the queen. This is dead lost. Let's quickly move on to the Leon Vantika board because Leon is down to just seconds on the clock. He's got a good position, but really anything can happen, and it's not very clear. He's got 2 extra pawns, but white's still putting pressure on the c6 pawn. White has got the 2 bishops, and look at the clock situation. Anything can happen on this one. I am just so impressed with the way Vantika is playing.
Yes, Tanya, anything can happen, and Leon back to his usual situation, his comfort zone, the last 20 seconds. What happens if white takes queen into c6 right away? Is there something like rook into a3 check and queen?
Yes, absolutely.
So it looks a lot more dangerous for white here. Yes, it's not easy to find a move, and Vantika seems to be really low on time.
11
She's
seconds,
under pressure.
10 seconds, 9-8. She needs to make a move. This is a tough situation for her, but she needs to keep the clock under control, and she goes for queen c6. The d1 rook is hanging. He picks it up immediately so that the bishop on d3 hangs as well. He didn't even think about rook a3 after king h7. Once again, a little bit of a trouble for Vantika here because the d4 pawn is hanging too. So if you move the bishop, knight d4 comes in with ideas of queen b3 check.
Yes, it seems like it's completely lost here for white, Tanya, because the big white has no counterplay against black's king. That is the most difficult part for Vantika in this situation. She goes with the bishop to b1, keeping it safe, but queen to d4 by black, queen c4 check incoming, knight d4 incoming, and black is up by 2 pawns. A very safe king, queen b7. I think there's queen c4 check. There's potentially knight d4, and queen c4, queen e2 works as well with knight d4 incoming. Oops, sorry. Mouse flips like that can still happen.
Yeah, that's a bit scary. I almost thought that was played in the game. So queen f7 is the idea. So still has some questions to be answered there. Leon going down to 10 seconds on the clock. I think queen c4 feels like a very natural move you want to make. He goes for it. And after king a1, you have all these lines with knight d4, knight b3. But is there a mate? Let's try and take a look. After knight b4, let's say you do pick up the pawn.
Yes, we are there, Tanya, and knight b3, king a2, knight c1. king a1, and there is no checkmate here, no immediate checkmate. But you can try something like knight d2 and queen c1. But also you need to beware. The pawn on g6 hangs after queen into f7. She has taken it. She has collected it.
It's on the board.
And
I don't see a win. I don't see an immediate win here. Let's just see this again. Knight b3 check, king a2.
Knight e4, and look at the evaluation bar, Tanya.
Oof. What is going on now? Knight e4. Okay, question. Does black have white? She just simply snaps up. I'm not sure if that was required, because now you're going to checkmate, right? You go king a2, you go knight d2, and you go queen c1. She has to go king b1. But there was still king a2. It's not over.
Yeah, there's still king a2. Not totally clear here, Tanya, but I think this question with queen c4, which we have on the live board, should also be winning. And I think knight d2 is game over because there's no way to prevent queen b1. So there was something related to this which was happening.
It's on the board now. It's on the board. Yeah. But there was this moment when she didn't have to take on e4. And I'm just wondering if the move was bishop to f8. And you put pressure on g7. And does black have a way of defending it? Or does black have to go for the perpetual then? Let's just back up to that moment, because this is completely lost. And when knight e4 was played, could white have gone bishop e4, or is there a checkmate here?
It certainly feels incredibly dangerous with the amount of time you have, Tanya. But bishop f8 also feels like a natural move to make. Now, I guess one of the points of knight e4 is to bring this knight into the attack. But how do you...
I don't see
yes, I see some beautiful lines, Tanya. Knight b3 check, king a2, knight c3 check, because I had the knight on. And now...
No, there's king b2. I know you wanted to go knight c1, but there's king b2 there.
No, I wanted to go knight d2 with the idea of queen b3 check, but you still have king c1, and it's not totally...
Still running away. Still running away.
True. It's not totally clear. I need to take on c3 with check, and I need to get this knight out of the way. So the knight has to go somewhere here. And
I don't think you have time. You don't have time to do that. And I'm not sure, maybe chat can tell us, chat, was bishop f8 the accurate way to defend the position? Or if not, what was it? Because we saw the eval bar suddenly strike up like there is a defense in the position. So maybe chat can help us with it.
I found the mate. So you go knight d4 check. You have to go king b2.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to. And now queen e2 check. Not
like
queen
this,
b3.
Yeah, this is smart. And if you go king a1?
If you go king a1, then there is queen c3 check, king a2, and now queen d2 check once again. You don't go b3 because you want to give.
Yeah, and this is forced. Yeah, this whole line is forced.
Yes, and I'm not sure if Leon would have found this, Tanya, with 15 seconds. It's super complex, I think. It's so unnatural to think of your queen going to e2. And I could only find it because I knew that there was a win here for sure. But...
wait, then what was the right move instead of bishop f8?
This I have no clue. It feels super hard to find something. Bishop at e4 was so natural, especially with this diagonal. I don't know how bright defends here.
So queen e2 is the problem. Let's see if chat is helping us on this. Bishop b4 is the move. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So you stop knight c3 idea.
Okay.
Super nice, chat. Super nice.
This is Tanya. No one is going to find this with 15 seconds. No one.
No, nobody. It's super hard to find this, but well done, chat, on helping us out with that. Bishop b4, and as we saw, the problem with bishop f8, 3 was just checkmating me in those lines with knight c3, and that explains the move bishop b4, taking the c3 square under control.
Meanwhile, Tanya, there is also some live games going on. Arjun and Surya still playing here. Look at the amount of time they have, and they have played for more than 100 moves here.
It's just crazy how we get so involved in a position, we just forget about other stuff. It's like we want to find the truth in this position. Why, what, how did it happen? And then completely forgot that there are still games going on.
That's why we need the chat to bring us
Keep
out
us
from
on our
our
toes.
stupor.
Yes. That's when a chat is like, kya kar rahe ho?
There's still this game going on.
So rook a4,
But
and now
it ended in a draw. Just as we tuned in,
Yeah.
it ends in a draw.
I don't think we missed out on much on that one because it was, yeah, it ends in a draw. And with that, is that the last game?
There's still one more game between Aradhya and Mitrava, which looks again very close to a draw, but this will go for some time because black will have 3 pawns, white will have 2 pawns, and with the knight there are always tricks on the board, but it shouldn't be that difficult to hold a draw with white in general. But with 2 minutes, Tania, you can let slip these kind of situations. The winning plan for black should be to try and get this pawn to f4. Oh, yeah, king f2. Why is this such a bad move?
Because now you just go king e4.
King e2.
Knight f3.
I think
no, knight f sorry, knight c6, knight d4. You don't have knight f3. I was going to say knight c6, knight f3, knight d4. He goes king g4, which also makes a lot of sense. Let's stick with the live board. He goes the other way around. King g2.
And now just f5, f4 wins. Yeah, this was the winning plan. You just go f5 and there's no way to prevent f4. So white had to be careful. You had to try and have the knight on c2 in a similar situation. So when there's f5, there's knight e3 checkmate.
C2, knight e3. Yeah, it's checkmate. Yeah, knight e3 would be quite a shocker.
Yep. But f5, f4, yeah, he had to be careful about this. I think Aradhya has taken a bit of battering today. He has lost the first 2 games, and the tournament where he looked quite settled is suddenly starting to turn on him. And I think this is also pretty common when you're a newcomer in a circuit like this. Initially, you manage to keep up. Initially, you manage to maintain your pace. But over a period of time, they start to catch up on you.
Well, he's having a think right now. So Mitrava calculating what happens after f5. The only thing that comes to mind is you have to try to activate your knight. So let's say knight c2 here. And you go f4 anyway. And we have to take on f4. You have to take
and
king
now,
f4.
I think, yeah, you take king f4, yeah. And then you can't defend this h4 pawn. That's the problem.
So king h3.
King h3.
King h3. Why is this so simple?
That's a good question. I just know that
Knight c2 on the board. Knight c2 on the board, and black needs to watch out. Yeah, knight e3 is a checkmate. So you have to go either f4 or knight c4. But I think f4 has to be played now. He goes knight c4. Also interesting. Also interesting.
I think knight c4 is the more accurate move because you don't want to allow king h3 when this happens. Knight to d4 and
knight e3, knight f1. You're winning a pawn. So after knight e3, you had to go king f2. So he takes another path. Let's just show this line that you have king f2, everything under control. He starts with f4, and now is he going to pick up the h4 pawn?
No, I don't think so. No, you don't go this way. There's still knight e3 check, but this feels like the wrong direction. I think so. This just feels like the wrong direction.
Knight d6? Does it? I mean, there's knight d6 here, maybe? He goes knight e3.
Yeah, you have knight d6, Tania, but then the pawn becomes weak and it becomes difficult for you to advance. He goes knight e3 check. I think the winning variation is knight f5 here. King f2, knight f5, and you have to take with the pawn. This is the important detail. You have to take with the pawn. King f2, knight f5.
You can't trade. You can't trade. So you anyways have to pick up the h4 pawn. Knight e6, he is going to go for knight h4.
But now knight h4, and this king is not on f3. The black king is already on g4, and you can easily pick up the other pawn after king e3. You just get the knight to g2. That's all you need. This knight cannot move. f4 is always falling. And when you move the king, there's knight g2 check.
So what you're trying to say is that the h pawn advances with a lot more ease rather than having the king there instead of the knight.
Exactly. And also the f4 pawn falls with so much more certainty here. It's indefensible. So I think this was pretty accurate play by Mitraba here. For some reason, I thought Leon was black. But yeah, Leon has won 5 games in a row, Tania. I think that's the biggest streak we have had in this tournament so far. Yes, chat. Leon has 22 points out of 33, and Nihal and Arvind have 22 out of 30, and Abhimanyu has 20 out of 30, and Ronak has 19. So this is our top 5. Arjun is at 6th place, but he's not quite in contention at the moment. And there is also reward for being in the top 8. You qualify to the next iteration of this tournament, giving you one more shot at the CCT. And right now, Surya is in the 8th place, but Mitraba with this win would ensure that he gets into the top 8 for the moment and strengthen his chances going forward.
And this is a complete collapse. Yeah, he doesn't even go king e3. Not that that would have saved the game, but now he's 2 pawns down. And this looks, well, at least still some work to be done because white's king is close to the pawn. But you can probably just start advancing. You go h4 now. And after knight e5 check, you simply step back with the king to f5 and then get the other pawn in. Knight h2 played, and you can still go king f5, but then there'll be knight f3. I like the move king h, maybe knight f3 now, stopping g4. So maybe king h3.
Yeah, I think king f5 is a bit safer. I just feel a bit safer. Knight f3, you can go h3, I think. He goes king f3, trying to prevent the g pawn for now, but his knight comes to e5 now. King h3 should also win, but sometimes it's possible to get a bit stuck on the side. But yeah, not in this position. I think king h3 also wins, Tania. It's just different wins. The position is so winning.
Yeah, he's got 2 extra pawns and they're rolling down the board. So well done on that. Some nice moves maneuvering there by Mitraba. Completely agree with our Chess24 chat that that was some nice technique, very precise play. Top moves there by Mitraba, which is exactly what's required to convert these kind of positions. The king advances in now. And is this our only live game remaining?
Yes, this is our only live game remaining, Tania. And to answer the chat, there are 4 more rounds coming up and 1 more round for the day.
Well, let's see if we can get our standings up. I know the game is still on, but as soon as they're ready, the standings, let's have them up. And look at the fight we have at the very top. It's quite an incredible event and really everything to play for. All the players fighting for the top spot. And we can see there that Abhimanyu, because he hadn't played Gukesh, so that's why he slipped down the rankings to with 20 points because he sort of didn't have another game. And with Nihal, Arvind, and Leon, these are the 3 leaders. It's really a big event, a big last round ahead for them. Let's take a look at who these guys are playing. Who's Nihal playing in the next round? Arvind and Mendoka. Can we have the pairings up for the next round? So Nihal is up against Aradhya. That's actually a very good pairing for Nihal because he seems to be in form while Aradhya, a tough last game as well as a tough tournament overall. So Nihal is going to be looking at scoring that point. Then we've got Leon who doesn't have a game. So wow, so Leon has played an extra game already.
Yes, Tania, a perfect game for Nihal. He's facing an opponent who has lost 3 games in a row. And I don't know if it's a good thing for Leon because, he was in a streak. He had won 5 games in a row. So when you have momentum like that, you want to keep going, right? You don't want to break. So it's a bit of a bittersweet thing. He gets some rest, but I'm not sure if it's a great moment to have a rest. I think it just breaks your momentum when you have 5 wins in a row.
And we've got a very interesting matchup between Abhimanyu and Arvind as well. I think that's one that's going to be quite the action fest. With both these players, their style of play, and considering the tournament situation, that's one to watch out for.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I have my eye on that one, Tania, and we do have a kickoff in that game, which started with the English opening and c4, knight f6, knight c3, c5, the symmetrical English. Knight f3, and here Arvind goes for his g6, which also helped him win his game against Surya earlier in the day, this structure. with the Sicilian c5 and g6, but this time against c4 and not against e4, g3, b6, bishop g2, developing this bishop. And white typically likes to get a nice central break here. He does that with d4, cd, knight d4, bishop into g2, king into g2, and now d5 is a pretty strong equalizing move. It kind of just equalizes and kills the game, but I'm not sure if it's concretely working here, because sometimes there are some queen e4 check related stuff which prevents this from happening, but black should try and get in d5, Tanya. Otherwise, this can be a slightly better position for white. But one of the ways to get d5 is to just put the queen on b7 castle and then later get d5. There are different ways to do this, and Arvind goes for exactly that. He goes for the queen to c8, pawn to b3, and even in these positions, d5 quite often is a concrete possibility based on the pin and the tactics related to this. But I think Arvind will start with castle first.
Let's because this is such a big round for both Arvind and Abhimanyu to end the day on a high note and find themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Let's ask chat what they think about these two players facing each other. They've been in top form this event. Let's get a prediction on the result for this game. So I'm going to ask the mods to run the poll on our Chess24 chats, and let's see what our audience has to say about this match.
Oh yes, that's going to be pretty interesting. Who's going to win this one? Arvind or Abhimanyu? Meanwhile, we have the Nihal Aradhya game hasn't yet started, and there is a kickoff in the game between Abhijit Gupta against Arjun Erigaisi. It starts with the Catalan opening, but Arjun with black this time. We'll be curious to see how Arjun responds to this. And Arjun takes d into c4, bishop g2, bishop d7. This is a bit of a dubious line, Tanya, not the best of variations. White can get a better position here with precise play, but it's a pretty nice variation to try and get a fighting position in. And the other game amongst the leaders between Raunak against Deeptyan, we have a Berlin in which Raunak repeated what he played against Surya in one of the earlier games. This rook e1, knight d6 and a4, which was exactly what happened in Raunak against Surya. But this time Deeptyan was better prepared. So he played bishop e7, knight c3, short castle. And now after d4, he just gave back the pawn with e4 instead of taking a into d4, which was what Surya did. I think which was what Surya did, although I don't exactly remember. But yeah, e4 takes, and this seems to be the way to play as black. You just give back the pawn, you put the pawn on d5, and it's a very symmetrical position after the first 13 moves. Deeptyan is totally okay in this opening, in this position right after the opening, but white always has that slight pressure that he has in symmetrical positions in general. So it's a pretty it's close to equal, but I think white has slightly better chances.
All right, well, this is going to be a slow game and a slow start. Knight e5, these are quite strategic positions. We'll keep an eye out on this one. We do have action on some other boards, so let's take a look at the Surya game. Surya against Harsha, another interesting opening, and this one started with knight f3. How did it go? Knight f3, knight f6, c4. So some sort of an English hybrid situation where eventually let's just continue with the moves and get to our main position. White kind of never got d4 in. Sri, are you there? Or did I lose you? I'm not really sure. Okay. All right. And there we have some moves. I think we have Srinath back. Do we have you back? Chat, help me. I'm lost. Okay, I think we're having some sort of a technical difficulty. Let's go on a short break and try and fix that.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert.
All right, thank you, Symphonic Night, for informing us that there was a little bit of a tech check. And Sri, as usual, I don't know how. Sri, you muted yourself.
I'm really sorry about that, Tanya. That happens. I don't know how that happens. I have this mic with this little mute button. Sometimes it happens without.
It happens when the mic. It happens when the mic can't take it anymore, Sri. I think it's a sign.
It probably is, Tanya. It probably is.
All right. Well,
But
we
yeah.
were looking at this game. Let's take it from the top. So E3 was played here, and
Exactly. And I was explaining, Tanya, this is one of the most popular setups in short form game, the Blitz and the Rapid, and something popularized by Hikaru. But who plays this a lot with the white pieces across formats? It's Vincent Kiemer. And he plays this a lot with the white pieces. And if you want to study this opening, if you want to add it to your repertoire, just go and look at Vincent's games. You just have to do that and you will have a pretty clear picture of how to play with white, because he's had some 30-40 games here, and you will know all the different options that black has and how to respond against it with white. So this is your tip against this variation.
I was actually about to say that I think these kind of positions, they look like white is starting slow. And if you just carry on, it's a bit of a restrained approach with white. Three, let's just continue the moves and get to our live position. But it's not without poison. There are these slow ideas. And what Ganguly is basically saying, that he's taking this sort of a hedgehog structure with white, keeping all the options alive, and it's a game. It might not be the mainline setup, but he's playing according to plans here. And it's not as soft as it looks. And I want to talk about some of the plans that exist on our live position that we have. So if we continue, I think both players continue with a very normal way of development that we see in these lines.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I just wanted to add this last bit, Sri, before you take over, that after knight d4, one of the key points is that black's bishop on b7. So this knight from d4, it not only eyes the c6 square, which of course black can play c5 here, which he does, but the knight has the option to also jump to f5, which is a very important key square here. What white is looking at is going knight f5. Black might fall back with the bishop to f8, but this bishop on b2 is still far from being challenged. And I still like white's positions, despite it appearing that black has the space advantage. I just feel white is more flexible here.
Totally agree with you, Tanya. This variation has evolved quite a bit. Once again, very popular line if you don't want to study too much theory, but you just want to go with the setup. Something similar to the London system, but London has also kind of become mainstream these days. So this allows, at least this used to allow you to bypass that at sometime around 2020. Hikaru plays a lot of this with white. Artemiev does a lot of this with white. And one of the most tricky aspects is how white withholds this d4 move. If white plays d4, it becomes so much clearer for black what structure he wants, where to place his pieces. But without this move d4, white really keeps black guessing. And you see, he starts with g3, he plays bishop to g2, short castle, and then he gets his knight to e2. He improves everything else without committing d4. So Harsha, who has a bit of experience here, he's faced this with black once against myself as well. He goes knight c5, trying to provoke white to make to commit whether he wants to play the pawn to d3, whether he wants to play the pawn to d4, to make a firm decision. And he goes d3, knight to e6, knight f4, c5, and knight f5, bishop f8, the variation that you pointed out, exactly coming on the board. And these kind of positions usually nice and pleasant for white.
Super nice, but what is really catching my attention, knight f5, bishop f8 is going to be a long fight. We got to rush back to the Abhimanyu Arvind game. Take a look at what Arvind has done. He's basically playing like Abhimanyu against Abhimanyu. He's gone for such a dynamic way in the opening, playing with the black pieces, h5, h4 on the board. Let's take it from the top where we left it. Actually, let's just start from the beginning and see how we got here. This is going to be a crazy big fight between the two players.
We started with the English opening, Tania, c4, but actually knight f3, c4, quite similar in these types of situations. So knight c3, c5, the symmetrical English. The other option is to play e5 here, and c5, two specific main moves against the English opening. All other variations would transpose into the mainstream d4 setups like c6 or e6. So c5, knight f3, g6. Arvind going with the c5, g6 combination, which he also did against Surya in one of the earlier games. g3, b6, the double fianchetto. That game was with the pawn on e4, this one with the c4. So this is more symmetrical and less chances of chaos, or that's what you would think. Bishop g2, bishop b7, short castle, bishop g7. And white likes to get d4 in these types of situations because he has that extra tempo. So he wants to be the first one to strike. And he goes for it, d4, c into d4, knight into d4. Bishop into g2, king into g2. In this particular structure, very important for black to try and get d5. White will want to try and get e4 before black gets d5. But you can't do it right away because there's some queen a4 check and this d5 pawn can hang. So you need to complete your development first. He starts with queen c8. Usually the queen is pretty safe on b7 in these types of questions. Pawn to b3. And here Arvind went with something very unexpected. He went with the pawn to h5. And I think this is very similar to the Arjun Adiban game from the first leg of the Indian Chess Tour. Adiban tried something similar, but it didn't work out because a draw was enough for Arjun and he managed to utilize it very easily. But here with Abhimanyu and Arvind, they are fighting for the top spot and a draw is not enough for either of them. So Abhimanyu continues with e4, knight c6, rook e1, making sure there's nothing on d4. But Arvind continues with knight g4, knight d2, h4. And now there is the threat of h into g3. Now there is h3 check. And there is knight into h2, there's d6, all the different threats.
Yeah, I think this is a super fun position. And I was looking at chat and chat keeps saying that why don't we give them the option to draw in our polls? It's always one wins or the other. I mean, chat, have you seen the position? We are just manifesting a decisive result because there is absolute chaos on the board. H4 played, and I like what Abhimanyu's done. He's played H3, taking the time to hit that knight, and knight F2. I thought he's going to go back with the knight and G4. We'll analyze all of this, but let's just come back and show why black did not retreat with the knight. And he went for this absolute insane line. Let's say you go knight F6, and then suddenly white has a very cementing move with G4. And all the troubles are behind you and everything is fine. Knight into e4 is possible, but knight e4, bishop b2 with the e file open, lots of threats, h4 always a weakness. This would be insane. Well, this wouldn't be insane, but what has happened is absolutely insane. Knight into f2 on the board. And this reminds me of the other sacrifice that we saw on f7. I think that was, who played that? Was that Harsha? And he took on e6.
Vishak. It was Vishak against Abhimanyu.
Wow.
I think if we had the descriptive notation, it would be the same, knight into f7 and knight into f2. And it seems like it's Abhimanyu's day to accept all the sacrifices, but that came out of the blue, Tania. I was also not expecting it at all from Arvind against the run of play. He's going out of the way to create something interesting. And now the point is, if white takes king into g3, then black has a range of attractive options, but there is one move which really catches my eye, and maybe the chat should go for it. Black to play, what would you play here, chat? And in the game, king g2 was played, which you can see on the live board, and a similar move exists against king g2 as well. But with king into g3,
I think it's been played. It's on the board. Is this what you had in mind?
Yes, this is exactly what I had in mind. King g2, d5. d5 is super strong, but now rook h1. And white has things under control. Now, king into g3, d5. The same thing with rook h1 would give rise to so many more options for black in this position because the king is vulnerable. So you start with d4, and there are a lot of potential threats against the king. The same option now with rook h1 and now d4. I think this is the main move here, Tania. Knight to d5, d3. This is exactly what is happening in the game as well. Knight d5, d3, and now white has this option to cover things up with knight ec3. Still the variation continues. e6. And here I think white has to just give back the piece and get a position like this, which is not bad because you have these dominating pawns. You will take one of the extra pawns here, and all the pieces are in place. So I think this is the how the variation goes, and in the end it looks like white is a bit ahead.
I think one way to explain why you don't want to take on g3 in these positions, king g3, is simply that that pawn is actually your own. It sort of guards your king. It's that block you need from black's attacks. So the g3 pawn is helping white more than it's helping black, which is why moves like king g3 just intuitively one wants to avoid, because very often your opponent's pawns can be your own shelter for the king. And that's what we see
keep your pawns
here.
close, but your enemy pawns closer.
That's one way to look at it. And after knight d5, you're mentioning this move e6, and the point is that white's knight, well, you do have the move knight f4. So why do you mention that you want to give back a piece here? Why not just go knight
we were
f4?
looking at this at this point, Tanya, when both the knights are.
He goes for he hasn't yet played the move d3, so still thinking what to do. So after d3, can white actually just give up the exchange? Queen takes d3 and bishop a1 and try to make something of that position. Let's say you start with knight c3 here, blocking that bishop out. And I want to get bishop f4 next.
I think this is also a very interesting option, Tanya. It feels a bit more dangerous for black because your rook is not into the game, your queen is not into the game, you haven't yet castled. But in this position, maybe black will try and find a way to consolidate things. Maybe you just want to bring these pieces out, and I'm thinking of moves like queen d7 here. Not easy for black to actually do that, but also I think the threat's not as deadly. Look at what Abhimanyu has done. He goes oh yeah, Arvind started with e6. I think fundamentally d3 simply doesn't work because of this line with knight c3. At least with this. So he starts with e6, and the key idea for white is to give back this piece. So he goes bishop a3, preventing black from castling on this side into d5. And now I expect him to capture with the e pawn because he won the e file open. And Abhimanyu, regardless of how his king is situated, wants access to the opponent's king.
Yeah, he doesn't care about material. I think Abhimanyu just has no concept of material. He's always eyeing the king. He always wants an attack, and that's all. He plays for the initiative. And that's what he's doing. He's saying, I'll give you my knight back. I don't want to consider moves like knight f4, coming back with my knight. Bishop a3, really, it might not even be the computer's top choice because we saw the eval bar go a bit up and down there. Even if it's not the computer's top choice, it's such an unpleasant move to face because now it's black's king that's also stuck in the center. After e takes d5, your knight is attacked. Knight e5 seems to be the natural move here, at least to me, something that needs to be checked out first because it blocks the e file.
Yes, it blocks the e file, and it's probably the most safest option here for Tania. And although he cannot castle on the king side, there is the option of taking the king to c8. So you buy time for a couple of moves, and you try to get this king to this side, not just to save the to bring the king to safety, but also to bring this rook into the game. So he goes for knight e5, and when white takes knight into d4, I think Arvind will want to try and get his pieces into the play, especially this rook on e8. The rook on h8 doing well, queen on c8 doing well, bishop on g7, knight on e5.
I like queen d7 also because, like you mentioned, at some point, you can also go long castle. It's completely crazy, but it might be the way to get your king to safety.
Yes, exactly. Your king to safety and bring more pieces into the game. And I don't... Abhimanyu's strategy, I really like how you mentioned and described Abhimanyu's style of play, Tania, just going for the king, no concept of control. Also, pretty popular war strategy back in the days and how they played chess in the initial times. we just go for the king, especially when you're outnumbered.
Wow, he goes for the other pawn though. Knight into g3. I just felt knight d4 was a more natural approach because it's the center pawn. Also the g3 pawn again, keep your pawns closer, keep your enemies' pawns even closer, like you mentioned. Just felt like a pawn that worked more in white's favor than black's. But Abhimanyu, what his idea is, he wants to go knight e4 next. Very tricky stuff here. He wants to go knight e4 and get that knight on d6. And imagine once the knight lands there, that's going to be a nightmare for black to deal with. And we see Arvind, the little, he can feel it. He can feel his nerves. It's a high tension position. After knight g3, do you have time to make a move like queen d7? Can he go queen d7, allow knight e4, allow knight d6? He goes rook h4.
No, Tania, the answer is no from Arvind. He stops knight e4 and he also defends the d4 pawn. As much as we talk about the kings and the king safety, I think the material does play a role. You don't want to give up everything in pursuit of one aim. And rook h4, queen d2. I think now queen d7 is a move, but you still have to watch out for threats like queen g5, rook e1 incoming. So queen g5 is a deadly threat here. Yeah,
it's scary it's very scary here to allow queen g5. Queen d7, queen g5 would be somewhat a bit of a nightmare. And I'm just wondering, if not queen d7, then what's our option to stop queen because bishop h6 is not an option. Or is it? Is bishop h6 a move here? But queen
bishop h6 is always a move, but you always leave the e3 bishop, and there are also threats like queen b4, Tania. Followed by rook e1.
I thought there's queen d7. Queen b4, I was not
but
that
now rook
worried about.
e1.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, f6, knight e4, and that
f6,
looks difficult.
Oh, I can't play rook f1 because of queen
h3. Be careful, yeah. But maybe knight e4 here.
Yeah, maybe knight e4 or even rook e4, just to take out your most active piece. Or something like queen d6.
Okay, but then that's a different game altogether. Maybe queen d6 is objectively the strongest move, but at least no one's getting checkmated anytime soon.
True, but if I can transition to a better endgame, I would take it to...
Why not?
Finally,
Sorry, go on, Sri.
It's like negotiation, yeah. Once you get into you have the upper hand of negotiations, you want to close it out. So the attack, that threats, the escalations, everything... you want to checkmate, but you're unlikely to be checkmating your opponent. He's going to defend against it. He goes for queen d7 in the game, Tania. I think queen g5, the only move is queen d8, yeah, but he doesn't mind that.
Oh, that's a nice spot. That's a really nice spot. Queen d8 is not an easy move to spot.
All credits to Arvind, who showed me the way. But yeah, you have to play queen d8.
Actually, it might be the only. Yeah, there is actually no other move. Yeah, queen g5 is very strong. You can't move the rook because of knight e4. But if Arvind has spotted queen d8, I think that's just incredible. Because on the board, queen g5, will Arvind go for queen d8? Because it's very hard to imagine black. And he plays it. He plays queen d8. That's precise defense there. Amazing.
He had calculated it. And he plays it like... instantly.
Yeah, I think if you play queen d7, you have to find queen d8.
And now the queens are off, Tania. The queens are off. The position still remains complex. You'll take with the rook, I guess. He takes with the rook, yes. Rook e1. And now something like f5.
And how does it follow?
So you just want to take control of territory in White's kingdom, and then you have to bring your pieces out, like king d7.
You want to go king f7, maybe? Oh, you want to go king d7. Okay.
Yeah, also king f7, or king d7. King d7, I was more inclined towards, just as a blockade for the pawn in the future. But yeah, I think the smoke has cleared up a bit, and Arvind is alive. And generally, this is good news for the defending side, because White has burnt up some strategic reserves in order to keep that initiative going. And now that fire is not burning as much. Rook 8 d1 played by Abhimanyu here. Now the game is different. Yeah, you're not going towards the king anymore. You're going towards more strategic things. And the immediate thing under fire is the d4 pawn. It's still not easy for black. I think black is still defending. White still has the initiative.
We'll come back to this game. As you mentioned, the dust has settled on this one, but it's an absolute storm in the Abhijit Arjun board. And because this was a Catalan, and we all know that we have a Catalan expert in the house, you, of course, can maybe take us through what you think about the current position. Well, black did sacrifice a rook on a8. So let's just back up and see how we got here. Currently an exchange down, but everything is hanging.
Everything is hanging, and I think this bishop on a8 is lost, which is the source of misery in Abhijit's push in Tania. He's just losing material, and this knight on d3 is super dominant. So the bishop on a8 out of the game, the knight on d3 dominant. And once again, it was the Catalan bishop d7 variation. Abhijit went for something super complex. Knight e5, queen into d4, bishop into b7, queen e5. Bishop into a8. Black has sacrificed an exchange, but the story of this game, this bishop on e8, a prisoner of war in black's camp, and black shuts the escape with c6, and there's no way for the bishop to come out. So the question was always whether white will be able to sacrifice this bishop, to save the bishop on e8, or whether black will capture it. And right now there's no immediate threat. White continued with castle, knight d5, knight to f3, queen to c7. And now Abhijit started attacking with his pieces. He gained a tempo with a4, pawn to e4, and bishop to f4. All the moves coming in with tempo. All of them very natural moves, but not exactly the most precise continuation. And after queen c8, he ran out of moves to attack black. Knight e5. Bringing in a new piece, preventing knight d7, making it difficult to capture the bishop on a8. Bishop e7, queen g4, short castle. Bishop h6 will be defended by bishop f6. So he goes rook f d1, bringing in new pieces to the game. This rook, the next move c5, rook a c1. But these general moves were not sufficient for a position like this. He had to be more precise. And it was at this point after knight d3 where Abhijit made his decisive mistake with rook c2. Instead, he had to take knight into d3, c into d3, and evacuate his bishop with e5. This was a direct way to get this bishop out into the game. It was still not easy after knight c6. The game still remains complex. The pawn on d3 very strong. Black has excellent compensation with the d3 pawn, as well as the long diagonal here, the diagonal which is not protectable by white owing to a lack of light square bishop. But Abhijit went rook c2, and this shut the escape on the a8 bishop after this precise move knight d7, attacking the a8 bishop as well as the e5 knight. Knight to c6, rook e8, and there's no way out for the bishop. He tries something desperate with bishop h6, but now there is just f6. You don't even need to go g6, and the g7 pawn is protected. Bishop into g7, knight e5, just evicting the queen out from g4. And after king into g7, f4, knight g6. Arjun has not just regained one piece, but he's also getting another piece on a8. And in the end, he'll have 3 minor pieces against just 1 rook, and he has to resign.
Yeah, this looks absolutely busted, right, for white. And you go f5, but it probably doesn't get you anywhere because the knight can always jump back to e5. And from where it just controls the whole position. All right, so Arjun looks like he's on course for the full point on this. And that's it. Abhijit has had enough of this position. So he resigns here. Let's move on to Ronak's board because, wow, lots of stuff happening there. I love this last move, e6, regardless of what the bar says, because this is what creates a mess on the board. Whenever you're down in the position, you always try and change dynamics of what happened. So if you just see white is down, what, 2 pawns?
1 pawn.
No, he's down 1 pawn, but with e6, what happens is that he's really blowing open black's king side. And now black has to readjust to this new reality on the board. So finding that counter attack with e6. And how do you keep things? Do you want to go f5 and keep things blocked here? Is f5 the idea?
It's for sure, Tania. F5 is what I would want to do, but he goes queen c3, which is an idea I had in mind, but I would have done it after f5. I would have first played f5.
I think just to, I wanted to say about f5 while I was mentioning that I think what white has in mind after f5 is to continue the pressure. If we can just back up a moment. Over here, f5, maybe white can keep it going with a move like queen c4, and you're threatening to come to queen c8. And your move queen c3 now, as you mentioned, is something that can be played. And now queen d5. So the queen really tries to come into attack. You're controlling the d4 pawn. You want to go queen d7. And this is how you try to create your own counterplay. And maybe this is the reason why Diptyan decided to not
Yes, but now you can go queen c6, Tanya. I think you give up the d4 pawn, but you take the e6 pawn and you have everything under control. But the position in the game where he has just played queen e4, and if you keep insisting to, now the b7 pawn is attacked, e into f7 check is a threat. And if you keep insisting on trading queens with queen e3, then white won't take on b7 because there's queen into e6 protecting both e7 and a6. But instead, he will play the queen to, he'll first start with the check. He'll first start with the check, king into f7. And now he can either take on b7 or he can start with the queen d5 check and create problems with f5. It's very clear that you have to create threats against the black king. You have to create threats against the black king. You don't go chasing after a pawn. But the way to have prevented it is by playing f5. And I think black kind of missed a trick by not playing f5. And that's the reason why he's in a bit of trouble here in converting this one.
No, very possible, Sri, but I think when you're playing the game, you often can get these ghosting thoughts that queen c4, queen d5 allows counterplay. So maybe f5 was the correct path to play, but just trying to understand black's approach with going queen c3 before f5. And I think it just comes from the idea of trying to stop queen c4, queen d5.
True, Tanya. You do get scared of things, but I think that's one very important point in modern chess, that you just can't win games without counter chances. Your opponent will find a way to create them, and the kind of perfect games that we used to see in textbooks while growing up, it just doesn't exist anymore in games, highly competitive games between grandmasters and at high level in general. So I think that's the thing. That's a trick. That's one of the reasons why people have a difficult time converting again at this level, because you try to do things without allowing counter chances, which is what you have been trained for from your childhood. But it's not easy. It's not easy, and you have to just adapt to this new reality.
This is very true, actually, that if you try to keep everything under control, very often you miss that one moment that you had in the game. And it's just human nature to try to not give any counterplay, to try to keep things under complete control, not allow anything. But in modern chess, that's not a reality anymore.
Absolutely.
And the concept of clean games just doesn't exist as much as it used to.
Completely. Even in this tournament, in many of the spectacular games that we have seen how topsy-turvy it is. It keeps swinging, and with time, you can find defenses in even some of these games which look perfect. Like, for example, Arjun Nihal, which we saw earlier. So it just there's something nice and beautiful here in Surya Harsha game right now, Tanya. I just wanted to pan out to this moment. This exact sequence, rook a1, rook h1, and knight into f2. This was the position. Surya played his bishop to h6 here, creating the threat of rook d8 check and rook into f3. But Harsha had this beautiful combination: rook a1, king h2, rook h1, king into h1, knight into f2, king g1, knight into d3, winning a pawn at the end of this 3-move sequence. I wanted to ask chat about the rook a1, rook h1, but Harsha was just too fast for us.
Yeah,
so going
he just
back,
made it.
Yeah. Going back to the Ronak Deeptan game, it has panned out the way we thought it would. Queen d5 check, king e8, and now it becomes more and more difficult for Deeptan to convert this position because his king is out in the open. You had to keep king protected. I think that was the first rule of converting these kind of situations.
Yeah, I completely agree with this. Now, with the king on e8 and with so many checks on the board, this definitely makes the task more difficult. And Ronak doesn't stop. He wants to open more files and more diagonals because let's say you take g takes f5, queen takes f5. And now after d2, there will be queen h5 check, and you simply even bring back the queen on d1 if required because black doesn't have the move queen to e1. So it's still now it's getting more and more tough for black to make use of this d3 pawn. We'll come back to this and see. I think for now we can say that Ronak is out of, well, the biggest danger that existed, and perhaps Diptyan's best chance was that moment that you pointed out where f5 needed to be played. Let's take a look at the Nihal board, which we haven't checked out for a while. A very important game for Nihal, and as we can see from the position that black has an extra pawn. Black has an extra
Yes,
pawn.
Tanya, black has an extra pawn, but he's under a lot of pressure on the e file, and it looks like the white. It looks like white can take back the pawn at any moment, but a moment of his choosing and convenience.
I think g5 is the big threat after h4. It's not even about winning the pawn from e5. He wants more. He's saying, I'm going to get rid of that f6 pawn and pick up that knight for free. And how are you fighting g5? Because you don't want to make a move like g5 yourself. Let's say black goes g5. I won't be surprised if white just decides to keep the knights on the board. You can maybe go rook f5, start putting pressure on the light squares here.
Exactly. Rook f5 is pretty strong here. And now white's pieces enter into black's camp. You get a queen into e5 with check at the end of these variations. So black is just not prepared. And I can see that Aradhya has played extremely fast in this game. He's been on a bit of a tilt. He's lost 3 games in a row. Not a good strategy against Nihal, though. If you give him a good position, he's going to make you pay. And you have to be very strong and accurate against Nihal in general to fight against him. So I think Nihal clearly in the driver's seat.
A quick update, Ronak's game has already ended in a draw after the f5 break. So nothing to, we don't need to skip back to that. This, of course, is a big game for us, as well as the Leon board. We haven't had a look on that. What is going on?
He's playing against Gukesh. He's playing against Gukesh, so he's not playing.
Which is why we haven't had a look at that game.
Yes. He's he's getting a well-deserved rest after 5 wins in a row. Although not the rest he wanted, but perhaps the rest he deserved.
And of course, the Abhimanyu game is still on. So let's just jump straight back to that. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But right now on Abhimanyu's board, Arvind is down to 50 seconds on the clock. And Abhimanyu has got 2.5 minutes on the clock. And it's really a game for all 3 results. I don't even care what the eval bar is saying right now. It says black is better, but look at that d6 pawn. It's just marching down the board. And this is a scary situation for black.
It is a scary situation for black, Tania, but also black has the resources. He has the c pawn, and it's going to be a bit of a race. But I can start advancing my pawn, c3, c2, and also knight c3. After rook d2, knight e4, there's no way to defend the d6 pawn. So it looks like the tide has turned around, and it is black who's dictating the proceedings at this point after knight c3 and knight e4 in the present position that we have. And how do you keep the d6 pawn alive?
I was thinking that worst case scenario, I give up the d6 pawn, take your c4 pawn, and how are we evaluating that? Can we take a look at that? So let's say you start with rook c1. It makes a lot of sense. Where do you go with your knight?
That's not an easy decision to take, because I can take on e2, and I can also go back and prioritize.
Knight a2, I wanted to point out, of course, there are options here, but the one thing that comes to mind is even a move like rook c4. Let's say rook c4, knight c4, and you pick up the b4 pawn. The d6 pawn is still alive, which is going to give a lot of play. By the way, none of that happened. This would also be a messy endgame, but a completely different approach. So let's run back to our live board. Instead of saving the rook, white decided to counterattack black's rook and goes knight to c6. I'm not very happy with that choice, by the way.
Knight c6, knight into d1, knight into d8, and now the rook defends a d pawn from d4. I think the big difference is, Tania, so much easier for black to defend against the d pawn, but the c pawn is kind of unwatched. And
exactly, exactly. You've really hit the nail on the head with that in this position, when the c4 pawn is alive, how are you stopping it now?
it seems very difficult for Abhimanyu, and his loss. Arvind has won 3 games in a row, and looks the momentum is really helping him. Knight f7 check, king f4, knight e5 perhaps with the idea of d7, knight e5. But now there are threats like rook d2 check in there, knight e3 check, rook d2 check. Maybe even start with
Also
c3 and
C3. I mean, you can play something normal like C3 here and still just continue
c3,
D7,
d7, and now
you go
c2.
C2. Yeah, and just keep it
Yep.
going. Why not?
Keep it going.
And look at this,
True.
the bar. The bar is saying that now white is completely busted. Exactly these lines that we're pointing out. White, I think in that moment had to trade the C pawn with the D pawn. You get rid of the C pawn and then you play that position. That's the best chance for white.
He goes for knight e5. I guess here black should probably just go c3, Tanya. You keep these
I like
options of rook
C3.
d2 and knight e3 in the reserve because there's nothing immediate happening. And after d7, c2, this rook is tied to the e5 knight, and there's just not enough time to do anything. And now black threatens checkmate in 3, knight e3, rook
You have
d2,
to
and
go knight
c1.
g6. No, you have to go knight g6 first. Somewhere you have to give knight g6. I don't know.
Yeah,
where.
but then
Maybe-
just king g5.
All right. And if you go, I mean, you have to go knight g6 in that particular position. There's no better move than that, probably.
Yeah, after c3, yeah.
He's gone
He
for
goes
c3.
for it.
At some point, you have to go knight g6. I don't know when. Maybe now he starts with knight g6. But king g5 anyway. Let's just see that. h4.
h4 check.
And you go king h5.
He goes knight f3, Tanya. And
All right. Very interesting. And what happens after c2? He wants to take on d4. Oh my God. That's stunning. Wow. And c1 queen runs into knight e2. What a nice little trick there by white. And of course,
cheapos are the
Arvind sees
future
it.
of chess.
Cheapos are the future of chess.
Now maybe you just kill this knight and end the game, or is this
Are
dangerous?
you sure? Are you ending the game? Because this is important to know that you're
I'm
checkmating.
ending the
Let's
game
see.
with the discovered attack if there's not an
Let's see.
intermezzo.
Let's see it. So
d7,
d7.
queen,
Let's just show the mate. And now you
and
go
now
knight
knight
e3.
e3 check. If
So
you go
king
king
f2,
f2,
there's
there's
queen
queen
f1.
f1.
Correct.
And if you go king to h2, then there's queen c2 and queen g2.
Immediately checkmating. So you can't queen at the same time.
Tanya, the evaluation bar has back. He went c2. He didn't go for this. c2, knight e2 check, king g5, and rook g6 check. Rook g6 check. The game has turned out. Oh, he didn't play rook
find
g6
it.
check.
He didn't find it. Maybe he thought rook g6. You know what the beauty is? That after king h4, it's a perpetual. You don't take king g6, you go king h4, rook h6, king g5, rook g6 is a perpetual, and that's the point.
Oh my god. That's gonna hurt for Abhimanyu. That's gonna hurt him so much. When you have a
Amazing.
chance so much, so clearly in endgame. And now knight c3, rook d1 check, rook into d6. And he has these 2 extra pawns as well, which he can call up as reserves after everything else gets clear. Now it's game over for Arvind. He's winning this. He's winning this. Oh my god.
Can we just see that moment once more when we saw the bar shoot up and you spotted this little tactic there with rook g6, a very key tactic in the position. And the point was that after rook g6, king takes g6, you give a check on f4, you pick up the rook and you defend the c pawn from queening. And that's
yes,
it.
and black has 2 little pawns, right? Too few pawns in this position to be able to convert this one.
Amazing stuff. And instead, if after rook g6, you would go king h4, we already saw that there was a forced perpetual. And now the position that we have, king h4 would be the only chance. But here, white just repeats in a really nice pattern of repetition. And this would end in a draw. One moment missed, and black is once again driving this one. What is going on after king e2? Do you just queen, or he just takes on d6?
He just takes on d6, and look, he just has too many pawns, Tanya. I think this might be winning even without the knight. But okay, that might be a bit exaggerated. These pawns are still, White still has this extra pawn. He has the potential to create a parser. So he will give up his knight for one of these pawns, and these pawns just roll. They're just too much time. And Abhimanyu looks incredibly sad on camera.
No, he's not
He's been
happy.
so close, and this loss is critical for him because he gets into a 5-point deficit with the leader if he loses this one. And it was similar for him in the first leg as well. He was in contention, he was fighting, he was so close, but just towards the end, an important loss against Arjun set him back, and it's almost like deja vu for him.
Yeah, no, he's shaking his head in disappointment here. But such an up and down game, and kudos to both players for trying to create their chances, knowing the tournament situation, knowing that they can't play safe and go for a peaceful result. Both white and black did crazy stuff, created the mess on the board, which created a game, playing for all three results. And in the end, it looks like Arvind is going to prevail in this one. Too many pawns, and now the F pawn can also march down the board. You can also, he goes for F4. And it's completely unstoppable. Meanwhile, Nihal Serene has delivered checkmate on the board. So Nihal wins his game against Aradhya.
A very important win in the context of the tournament as well, Tania. And now we are in a 2-horse race between Nihal and Arvind. They are clearly at the top. Ronak, who was leading for the first 2 days, has fallen behind by 5 points, similar to Abhimanyu at 20 points each, both of them. And Leon Mendonca is in the third place, sandwiched between the leaders at 25 and the chasers at 20. There are several contenders as we go into the final day, but it's going to be a 2-horse race primarily. It's going to be Nihal against Nihal versus Arvind. 3 more rounds to come. Nihal has 2 blacks coming up and 1 white. And Arvind has 1, by the way. He has 1. He's finished his game. And he has 2 whites and 1 black. I think Arvind has a bit more of a favorable pairing, and he's slightly ahead of Nihal. Their head-to-head encounter, which is an important time break criteria, has ended in a peaceful draw. So that's the situation we have.
And we saw that Abhimanyu definitely, he knows that this was the critical game. The fight for the championship really depended and hinged on this one. The one who would win would have, well, quite a big chance of getting that top spot, starting the day on a high. Tomorrow, 3 rounds remain. Let's see if we can bring our standings up on our screen and do a quick roundup of all the action that took place today. And this is where we are at. We've got 2 joint leaders. We've got Arvind and Nihal with 25 points, and behind them, right behind them, really, Leon with 22. That sounds like a bit of a difference with 3 points, but the difference is 1 win. Because for every win, the player gets 3 points. So Leon with a real chance there. And then we've got Ronak, who's been consistently leading the tournament, has slipped down to 4th place with Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu and Ronak still in the race, but now they've got to do the heavy scoring tomorrow. They've got to do the heavy work tomorrow to really try and get that shot at the end of the day. We've got 3 games coming up. And I think it's going to be the fight between these top 5 players for that top spot.
Absolutely, Tania. And there is this important game between Arvind against Leon, which starts first thing tomorrow. And I think that's going to really set the tone for the championship. Arvind against Nihal, the most important game to watch out for tomorrow.
Well, we still have one more game going on, and Karthi against Mitrabha here. Now, the H-pawn looks absolutely deadly, and I love Karthi's last move, getting rid of that defender on H7. Of course, Black did not have time to take on D3 because the H-pawn would be unstoppable. So King G8 was the only move, and that gives White the time to pick up the C3 pawn. How much of an advantage is this, or can Black hold this position?
It's certainly a tangible advantage, Tania. You have to be very careful as Black because these kind of pawn end games, White's king is so much better placed and White has more time. So I think White has a clear advantage here and a very good chance to win this one. Not so easy to defend as Black. The only thing in advantage he has is the time advantage. He has a really big lead on time. But I think practically this is great chances for White.
Let's bring our standings up one more time and see where Mitrabha and Karthi are in the standings so that we get a little more perspective of what this result means for the players. So Mitrabha currently at 16 points and Karthi at 15. So very important game for the two. They're definitely looking to score a point here to be able to make it up the standings. A draw doesn't serve either of them.
Yes, and Karthi has played one extra game against Tania, the game against Gukesh. So I think he has a bit of disadvantage there, and he has to try and win this one to get into the top 8. It's an important game for him from that perspective.
All right, let's come back to our live board and see if there's any progress. We do have one more game. I think Vantika's game is also on currently.
Yes, Tanya, the Vishak Vantika game has been topsy-turvy. Once again, Vantika had an advantage. She let things slip, and now it's pretty equal. It's 3 pawns against 4 pawns, but these pawns of white not exactly helpful, and it's not so easy to get towards black's pawns. But Vantika, on the other hand, in a very dangerous territory, she has only 20 seconds, and she hasn't been as safe in this time travel region as Leon has been.
I think for Vantika, the position she's been getting, the kind of chess she's been playing, super impressive. But the one thing that she's been struggling with is the clock. And that comes with a lot of experience in these events. How to handle the clock, not having too much of a disparity between how much time you have and your opponent has. Very often, Vantika has got great positions and even the advantage, but not enough time to find those precise moves when the opponent is being resourceful.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think that's very well pointed out, Tania. She has been getting into these time travel zones, and we are joined by a guest who has been absolutely amazing in many ways, but one of his USPs, his unique traits, has been how well he plays with just 30 seconds, or sometimes even with 10 seconds. We are joined by one of the tournament leaders, one of the favorites in this tournament, Nihal Sarin.
Hi.
Hi, Nihal. What's up? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very good. Thank you.
Nihal, when Sri was like, one of Nihal's USP is, I thought he was going to say one of Nihal's USP is that he has me as a trainer. But congratulations on really quite a good day. Are you happy with the way things went today?
Yeah, definitely did not expect such a good score today. Yeah, I'm very happy.
And I want to ask you about the big matchup against Arjun. That was the start of the day, and that's what had all of us really excited about watching this big fight. You and Arjun, of course, are very good friends off the board, but it was a very crucial round and a critical round for the standings. What were your feelings going into that round and starting the day playing Arjun?
Yeah, I thought, okay, it's a very important game. I thought I'll just play normally, play very solid, just normal, and just see how it goes.
At what point did you feel that White was really losing control and you could start taking over? Was there any particular point where you felt things were shifting around?
Yes, I thought after King of and Rook C8, I thought I have some chances. No, after a bit
here. Yeah, I get it. And things are already starting to get difficult for White here, yeah. Rook C8 and Rook C4, and I didn't quite see a concrete defense here for White here actually.
Yeah, it was tough, I think.
And at this point, when White regained the pawn after Rook into F7, Rook B1 check, King into King G8, Rook B7. How did you evaluate this position? Did you still feel that Black has considerable chances, or was White catching up here?
White was definitely catching up. When I gave this pawn on F7, I did not see that there was this idea of just Rook B8, Rook B7 and perpetual.
Right.
So I thought I can just play B3, but White can just go back and forth.
Exactly. We were looking at this in the analysis.
Yeah, and also one thing I had to constantly take care of was to not blunder Rook into G7.
And Bishop D4 stuff.
Yeah.
And was there a conscious decision to try and play faster in this game? Because we saw you having more time than Arjun throughout this game, and that was the most unexpected thing for me.
Yeah. Okay, this tournament. Okay, lately I am trying to speed up a bit in general. So yeah, especially in this game, I just wanted to match on the clock.
So it was a conscious approach.
Sort of, but not just for this game. I would say.
Right. Sorry, Tania, go ahead.
No, I was just wanting to ask Nihal that why is it that every time he shows up for the game, it looks like you've just woken up?
That's probably because that's the truth, no?
Yeah, but okay, my face is just like that.
You just look sleepy all the time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Nihal. You have a big day coming up tomorrow. Who's your first round opponent, Sri? Who does Nihal start the day with?
Mitrava.
Yeah, he starts the day with the black pieces against Mitrava, who's playing right now against Karthikeyan. So before we let you go, Nihal, this is just a draw, right? It was a pretty interesting endgame, but I think now
the bar says so. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I always look at the bar first before the position.
Yeah, I guess just white just cannot keep the A pawn.
Yeah, there's D2 incoming, and then there's some rook B1 check.
Can you try like rook B4? Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
that's what he's
the-
trying.
Okay, D2
And-
rook B2 might be losing actually.
Rook B2, King G6.
A6, King B6. This should be rook.
Yeah, you have to be careful now not to play D2 quickly. You start maybe some rook C1, yeah?
Yeah. Rook C1, rook C2. Rook B2, rook C2, then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely safe. Yeah, should be a very easy though.
Yeah, this looks like a draw, and Vishak has won against Vantika, by the way, probably on time. This was the last position, and after King C5, I don't know if Vantika resigned or she lost on time, but things have already become complex. Sorry, Nihal?
Sorry, yeah, no way she resigned.
Yeah, true.
must
No
have
way
been
she
the clock,
resigned.
no?
Yeah, must have been the clock.
Actually, one nice thing here is like King E6, rook H7 is late.
Rook into F4, D5
Oh,
check,
and-
King E5, Rook E7. Nice.
Yes. Seen only in
And you
studies.
can't really fight it, yeah? You can't, you're kind of lost after Rook H7
Yes.
because D5 is a threat.
Can't you
anyway.
take this pawn?
No, King D4, it's not stable.
Yeah, it's not a
stalemate.
Not like this, but
Tricky.
Sad.
Very tricky.
yeah.
So Nihal, a big day coming up tomorrow. I want to ask you 3 rounds to go, and you are currently on the leaderboard, top of the leaderboard. Just to get your insight on how important is this event as a qualification to the Champions Chess Tour and what that means for you?
I think this is a great opportunity, and it's a very strong tournament. I'm really enjoying a lot. And of course, playing in the Champions Chess Tour would be a great experience. To qualify.
Yeah, I think our chat also really wants to see you there. So we wish you all the best for tomorrow, 3 games, and we hope you'll join us again.
Thank you.
That was
Big day
Nihal's
coming
Sarin.
up. Yes, and a very big day coming up for him. No, as he mentioned that it would be a big opportunity to play in the Champions Chess Tour. He is on path with that, but 3 big games tomorrow.
Yes, Tanya, and big day for Nihal as well as Arvind. And it starts with this 2-horse race, and I'm really excited for both of them because neither of them have got a chance to play in the Champion Chess Tour so far. So someone new is probably going to make their debut in the Champion Chess Tour. And among the people we have in the top 5, there is, if we can bring up the standings very quickly, we have Arvind, Nihal, Leon, Ronak, and Abhimanyu, and none of them have played in the Champion Chess Tour before. So there is a very, very high likelihood that there's going to be a new debutant in the Champion Chess Tour.
I love it. What happened? Okay, just hypothetically speaking, because Arjun has already qualified, right? He won the previous one. He's already qualified for the next event. If he would win this event as well, just hypothetically, does that also give him a qualification for the next Champions Chess Tour event?
Yes, Tanya, I would think so. It should add up and give him an opportunity in the next Champion Chess Tour. But I think it's a bit hypothetical at the moment because he's down by 6 points and he's down not just over one player. So by any combination and permutation, it seems almost impossible that Arjun would catch up.
Yeah, no, I think chat had this question and it's a very valid question. What really happens then, chat, is that Arjun is qualified for the next event, but then he gets 2 shots. He'll also qualify for the one after that of the main tour. But right now, as you were pointing out, looking at the standings, it's highly improbable. The fight is really between those top 5. And this game has ended in a draw, as we were expecting. This nice little idea shown by Nihal and yourself, Sri, of how to keep the balance. And with that, is that the end of the round?
Yes, Tanya, it's the end of the round, it's the end of the day, all 4 rounds over. And it's pretty clear. We have already discussed the standings. And we can probably do it one more time before we wrap up. And yeah, here we are.
Yeah, you know what, Sri? I think we're going to have a really quick chat with Sahil about this on our after show. So let's head there and bring up the standings there and also get chat's input on all the action that's coming up.
I'm totally up for it. Let's go.
All right, chat. See you in just a couple of minutes to chat more things around the MPL Indian Chess Tour.